There we are.
So, last session, there was we finally got to Bure, and McLeod was able to do his wizardly duties. There was a attack on the town from some goblins around the tree line. The attack ended, and they retreated back into the forest, as what you guys have learned is a semi-common occurrence in this town. There was an attempted assassination of the head. Well, he was the former head of the Wizard Guild. I do not have the name in front of me. Sorry, McLeod. But
That's fine. He was kind of disappointing anyways. He was a lot weaker than I thought he was going to be.
yeah. So there was an attempt assassination on him. He ended up getting better, but his little mouse friend, familiar, died. There is going to be a funeral. I think some people are going to attend. Yes, for the mouse. Let's see, what else happened? Arthur got almost molested by a barmaiden, or a innkeeper, but he turned her down, being his noble self. He is.
She was later found hanging from the rafters the next morning.
That wasn't canon.
And so then, let's see, what else? I think that's about it. You guys were told about some references to the man in black. Sort of corresponds to Recluse's storyline in his past, and yep.
I think it was a very minor side note where I learned of a potential temple to Malachor somewhere to the northeast as well.
Yep. Yeah, there you learned about a temple that is about a day's travel to the northeast. So, you guys are here. It is now several hours after the attack and everything. Things are calming down. At the tail end of the day, what do you guys want to do?
Shop.
I think we already did shopping, didn't we?
Yeah, I need to buy a couple of things. Just some venturing
This is
stuff.
your second and last attempt
Rations.
to do shopping.
Exactly. Some rations and stuff. Pretty common equipment things.
Yeah, I guess hearing, well, maybe even not hearing you going up.
Arthur
I'd
camps in the
probably go
woods.
get rations for the wagon as well.
What do you get?
Rations for the wagon as
Arthur.
well.
I said I camp in the woods.
Oh. You're no longer... You're gonna have the goblins come and take you away?
No goblins will be able to fight Arthur, I don't think.
An army of them.
He's afraid of the barley.
Yes. You can stay in the stables.
The
Right
barmaid
across
showed
there.
him the stables. He would check there
Yeah.
first.
Yeah, it's true.
You want Ruth to show you where she's been sleeping? She's been sleeping outside the castle gates this whole time, too.
Probably works.
Alright, so Recluse is doing some shopping.
I'm going to buy a substantial amount of prepackaged rations for the cart. We don't have to handle that in RP unless you want to. Basically, just buying in bulk.
All right.
I need 18 sacks of grain. That.
Yeah, I'll be buying 24 pounds of rations.
Oh wow, yeah.
That's just personal for me because
Jesus.
I was down to 1 pound left, which is one day when we got into Beret.
All right.
Does Alton know conjure food as a spell?
Unfortunately, that's not a spell wizards get.
Ruth has
Really?
scrounge food.
Create food and water is a cleric spell.
Oh. Does Durian have that?
What spell?
Create food, water?
I believe so.
And it is
Oh,
a
good.
I know.
Okay.
I know. I can
It is a
create
cleric 3 spell.
water.
3? Oh, wow.
I know I can create water right now and purify food. I don't think I can create
Yeah,
food
create
yet.
food and water is a 3rd level spell, so you need to be cleric 5 to get it.
Okay.
All right. So, starting to become evening. You guys head to the inn or
Yes.
accompany Arthur in the woods.
No, I want my bed.
All right.
Alton will be staying in his quarters at the Mages Guild. Because that's what he pays a monthly fee for.
Are they nice at least? Sound like a dorm room I always described.
I imagine it'd be basically the same thing I get in the inn.
That's true.
So you guys go off to your rooms. Nobody wants to eat, I guess.
Oh yeah, I'll eat before I go to bed. I'm not gonna nibble on my rations I bought.
I'll take a meal out to Arthur.
Yep, I'll get my common quality meal.
Oh, you're bringing me food. Okay. We'll just say I'm cooking mushrooms.
Knowing that we're heading out the next day, I would offer to buy any of the party members in the inn that I could actually see like a really quality meal just to kind of celebrate our last day in town.
All right. So Betty comes and drops off some chicken for Reclusette. They do not have lobster. They might have crawfish, being it's a swamp, but I don't think they have lobster. Ruth brings some food out to go to Arthur. It's a pretty quiet night at the inn. Rooms, you guys make a majority of the people that are in the dining hall of the inn. It's not much conversations, just most of you guys and another group of people. They look like they're husband and wife.
Oh, so those really loud humans and the grumbling dwarves finally left.
Yep.
Everybody breathes a sigh of relief.
So you guys eat your meals, and what do you guys do?
How much do you want me to mark off for paying for dinner?
Just do like 5 silver per head.
All right, how many people are eating with Durian?
Looks like Zook, Reclusette, and yourself.
Okay. I'll get us some good wine too.
Is there any entertainment at this inn? Is there like a jovial band of performers or anything?
No, it's pretty quiet.
Okay.
You guys are making the most noise just eating.
Oh wow.
There's a money opportunity here for those prize boats.
Alrighty. I will order a stiff drink then instead of my usual wine.
All right.
Just to sleep well tonight.
All right. She brings you a. You want any drink or just a stiff drink?
What's on the menu?
She says she has dragon ale, and bear ale.
I'll try the dragon ale.
All right. She comes back out with a greenish beer that has a sort of a fog coming off of it.
Wow. Fascinating.
I look somewhat dubious at this drink. You're really going to drink that?
I start to guzzle it down a bit. A few gulps and stopped and
Nobody
How does
light
it
a
taste?
match.
I'm watching to see if she's like poisoning herself.
and we start turning green.
You get through the first gulp, and then you find that your throat feels like it's now on fire, and you can't finish the second gulp.
Alright, I put the drink down and go, oh, that's strong.
Is there a torch nearby? Does his breath light on fire?
You
Or
can
her breath?
experiment. They can experiment, I guess.
Oh, God.
No, I don't try to get next
I
to
just
a
went-
torch and burn down the inn.
That's
the last
strong.
thing.
Fireball.
I don't need to be charged for a new inn because I burned down this one with my breath.
I look impressed that like something could actually make Reclusette take notice. So I just stare at this drink and
I
kind
was
of
like, so you take
ward
a
it
swing
off.
too?
No, like if anything, I push it a little bit further away from myself across the table.
Betty comes by and says, "Oh, you need to drink that quickly, or it's gonna go through the glass."
Holy shit!
Okay, my eyes widen and I go, okay, and I try to pound another gulp into 2 or 3 as well.
I get
Should I
ready
make a
to
force
initiate CPR if need be.
That's what cure spells are for, right?
So after the next gulp, again your throat feels like it's on fire, but then the following gulps, the fire subsides.
Doesn't subside. It just burns its way through your throat.
Yes, I have no more nerve endings in there. Alrighty, I'll finish the drink.
You finish the drink. At the bottom of the drink, you find a substance. Looks like a worm of some kind.
Oh. Is the drink free when I find one of these? I asked the waitress.
Nope, that's just part of the drink.
Do I eat it or let it go?
Some people like to eat it.
Alrighty, I'll be some people today. So I take
I-
it out of the glass and
I try to stop
Put it down the
her
goal.
and I say, wait, is that some sort of worm? Like I say like with a Y.
No, not
That's not a dragonkin. Is it?
No, it's not a dragonkin. It's a close relative.
I have this thing dangling above my mouth, and I just look at you two guys and then
Use
drop
your
it in
close
and swallow it.
relative. Just. Oh God.
How does it taste?
Well, first it's squirming around in your mouth, but then it goes down, and you can feel it a little bit in your stomach. After a while, the squirming subsides, and you feel very full.
Satisfying.
I just kind of look at you like, wow.
Well, I can cross that one off the list now.
You do a roll,
Oh shit! What kind?
d20.
How many eggs does it lay in your stomach? 14 of them.
14.
No, she passed
I
it.
will now have to come up with 14 names when I discharge these things.
Out your bum.
Exactly.
The rest of the party notices that your eyes are starting to become bloodshot.
I stand up and I'm like, maybe it's time to get you to your room. Like I basically think that she's just like
Am I feeling
Stone,
any
like-
experience effects from this experience that I had?
totally wasted.
Do you get up?
I attempt to stand. Yes.
You feel extremely light on your feet.
Light as in area, or light as in I can't feel my legs.
Airy.
Euphoric as well.
The rest of the group thinks that you're just stumbling around, but
I'm
you
trying
think-
to.
I think
stand here.
I'm moving with the grace of a wondrous cat or something.
Yes.
All right,
Okay.
I'm like, I have my hand on either of her shoulders. I'm like, okay, yeah, that's enough for the evening. I kind of give, like any other patrons around, like some sort of apologetic nod. Like, let's get you upstairs.
So when Durian gets up, oh, you've decided to dance with me, I say.
His face pales just a little bit at the mention of dancing, and he really starts steering you towards the stairs.
Clusette's breath is very ghastly right now.
I dance around him a bit as much as I can, probably stumbling quite a bit, but should I do a dance check?
What you actually mean is you fall sideways.
Yeah, so if she tries to do a pirouette and just tries to faceplant herself, I catch her.
Alrighty, I'm doing
Oh,
that.
Oh god.
Now I really think he's dancing with me.
It wouldn't do to have the rogue break her nose on the floor.
All right, a dance check.
Oh Jesus.
Ugh.
She thinks she's dancing, but she's actually picking your pockets.
My sleight of hand rolls right now would not be good. Anything dexterous based would not be a good roll right now.
Reclusette thinks that she's dancing like the most awesome dance that she's ever danced in her life and everything. Everybody else sees her just wiggling her hips, and most of her weight is now on Darian.
So I hear her muttering something like about leaving her friends behind, and I just keep going like up towards the stairs, and I will put her in her room if I can.
All right.
I think I'm
he's-
dancing with him, so I'll be going with him where he goes, trying to, of course, maneuver the stairs. Will be interesting, but okay.
Do you question why you're trying to dance up the stairs?
No, I think it's some new wonderful dance move. It's like, the Von Trapp family coming down the stairs.
She's just floating on air,
I
right?
attempt
There's
to
no
sing
stairs.
as well, the best song I can think of.
It's the best dance ever. It makes me rise into the sky.
Exactly.
All right. Zook what are you doing while you're watching Reclusette drunk but feeling very good, and Durian trying to help her out?
Other than laughing, I'm actually at the moment dealing with some audio issues on my speakers. Sorry, guys. I'm getting weird sounds through my speakers. So I heard the question, and at the moment, Zook is laughing and enjoying the views. I'll be back in a minute, hopefully, when I straighten this problem out.
All right, so you guys, quote, dance up the stairs. You guys manage to get up the stairs. Betty, the innkeeper, is looking at you guys very strangely, but says, "Have a good night, you two."
Yeah, Durian's probably blushing, but looking very determined, like trying not to fall down the stairs and break either one of their necks, and is just like maneuvering up the stairs.
Horrible end to adventuring life.
Yeah, and so ended the noble Durian, killed at the bottom of the stairs by a drunken rogue.
All right, so you guys get to the Clusette's room. Guys manage to fumble around a little bit and open up the door. And what do you do?
What is the state of the room? I assume I've not seen her room. Is it like... How do you describe your room, Recluse? Like, how do you take care of it? Is there just shit everywhere?
No, it's pretty well. I packed up knowing that we were leaving tomorrow. So
She's only
most
been
of my
there, what,
crap's
a
packed.
day?
Yeah.
Okay.
If you would have seen it when I was changing into that black dress the other day, it would have been a bit more of a sty. But I
But see,
packed up
if he had
since
seen it at that point, he wouldn't have been looking at the room.
then. True.
So I kind of, push the door open with my foot, and I try to just kind of guide her into the room. Is there, like, how exactly do they light these rooms? Is there just like a lamp on a stand somewhere?
Yeah, by the bed.
I make sure it's not within range of her accidentally knocking it off. So I'll set her down on the bed, and I'll take the lamp and I'll like move it across the room, just so like there's not a fire in the middle of the night.
I don't know. Judging so far, I would call accidentally knocking it off as in not in the room.
All right, Clusette, you are now in your room. You've been gently placed on the bed, and Durian is now moving the light. You presume to turn it off for you. What do you do?
I start changing out, and I ask him, "So you took me to my room? That's so nice of you."
He moves to the other side of the room, and you can tell, or at least I guess anybody seeing the scene could tell, he's looking anywhere but Reclusette, and he's like looking around the room to make sure like to busy himself, but to make sure that there's like no threats, like that the door or the window is shut and whatnot. And she doesn't have like anything that she could break that would hurt her nearby.
All right. So Reclusette is disrobing. She attempts to get on her feet to take some clothes off. Do a balance check, Recluse.
I'm just glad she didn't throw up on me on the stairs.
Yeah.
I was waiting
That's
for
a
that con
balance.
check.
Little wormy wrigglers going up all over you.
Oh god.
You're now infested.
Just like a look of horror.
Throws up the worm and continues to wriggle on the floor.
So like Reclusette like trips, but then she turns it into an actual pirouette. It's like she's actually
a-
graceful, even though she's
With a
drunk.
whoa in there as well.
So she manages to take the clothes off that she was trying to get. She stumbles a little bit, then falls into the bed, face first, with their ass sticking up in the air.
Oh God. Seeing this out of the corner of my eye, I kind of sigh and I go over and I just try to like place her in the bed and put the sheets, over to tuck her in. I'll make sure she doesn't have her boots on or something.
No boots on anymore.
No, she took her boots off.
Oh God.
So
Yes, will save.
I don't know. She's not being seductive so much as just passed out.
True.
If she was actually trying to seduce Durian, I could see a will save, but he's not the type to
She's too
just
drunk
take
to try to
advantage of
seduce
somebody
you.
ass up on a bed.
So Recluse, Durian now has the bed sheets and is getting ready to apparently get in bed with you.
Okay, so but laying down now, I'm starting.
I
to
thought you
feel
said that she passed out.
tired. Yes.
Yeah, she's face first in the mattress.
So you got to move her enough to get her face out.
I don't know.
Or she might suffocate.
I'm not. I know enough about people being drunk that I'm not actually going to turn her up onto her back lest she like vomit in her sleep and just die. So I think maybe
That's a
I'd
good
put her
idea.
on her side and that would be it. Like I'd put the sheets over her and then move her onto her side and like just leave the room.
I just let him kind of manhandle me, see what happens.
All right. He
What happens?
he goes and turns off the light, and is attempting to leave the room. What do you do?
I love how it's an attempt.
I fall asleep.
Pass out.
All right.
I make sure to. Is there a way for me to lock this door?
From
the
the,
other side?
inside? While
No,
you're
from,
still in
from,
there?
from the outside. Like, can I just? Is it the sort of lock where I can turn it from the
With my
inside and then
key.
pull it shut, or?
No, you need my key, I think.
Yeah, you'll need his key.
You could probably
Okay.
lock it and slide the key into the door.
Yeah, I guess that's probably what I would do.
All right. So
You must
while
first
you're
search through her unmentionable to find the key.
Well, they were all over the floor once I got
She had to pull it out to open
Yes.
the door to begin with.
put it back in a
I
pocket.
would have kept track of it.
So while you're fumbling around trying to find the key, you hear a sound and the bed sheets kind of lift up, and then a very disgusting smell.
Oh God. She's still on her side though, right?
Yes.
This is where it does not pay to be a good person. I go and check to make sure that she's all right before I leave, and I know what I'm going to find.
Cluse, you wake up with Darian trying to looks like kissing you.
No, does she know that she just threw up everywhere?
Yeah, what did I do first of all?
Yeah, like
No, there's no throw up.
So,
Oh,
wait,
my.
where did the smell come from then?
so I don't see any vomit on her face.
No, there was just a disgusting smell.
Okay, well you see, if I don't see anything from the lamp, at around face level, then I know where it's coming from, and I'm just gonna turn around and I am going to leave.
Alright.
And I'm gonna put the lamp out, set it on the dresser next to the door. I'm gonna pull the door shut. I'm gonna lock it. I'm gonna slide the key under there,
Pretend
and I am
you
going
never
to
noticed
thank
anything.
Malachor. Things did not advance to any sort of extent.
Thank
And
him.
I'm going to head-
Thank
I'm
him
going
that
to head
half your party
downstairs.
isn't there to see any of it.
All right. So you lock the door, but then you just attempt to slide the key under the door, but it doesn't slide under the door.
I sigh and I. Can she feasibly get out in the morning?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. I take the key with me and I go downstairs.
All right.
I will go to the front desk and I will place the key on the counter and I will say, make sure the young lass upstairs gets this in the morning. Not that I think she'll really need it since we're leaving tomorrow.
Oh, okay. Sure, I'll keep it here. Zook, what are you doing?
Yes. He just came back downstairs, right?
Yep. After about the 5-10 minutes of
Yeah.
No, it was not. It was not 10 minutes. It was just a few minutes.
it's a lot of fumbling.
Oh boy. Well, I thought I was downstairs having a bite and a drink, but I don't remember off the top of my head after everything else that went on.
Yeah, I think that's where we left you.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm still doing then. If it's only been 5 or 10 minutes, I haven't had time to do much else.
All right. All right. So you give the key to the innkeeper, and you go back to eating.
No. What time of day is it? Like it's evening, right?
Yeah, early evening.
Do I know if the bathhouse is still open?
Yeah, it should be open for another couple hours.
I think that's probably where I'm gonna head.
All right.
I give Zook a nod and I say I'm gonna go clean up before tomorrow.
All right. Zook, what you doing?
I thought I just said what I was doing.
Yeah. He's enjoying his meal, man.
Yeah, I just said that.
Eating more? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. McLeod, you're just playing around in your mage room.
I'm having a quiet evening of contemplation in my tower room. So, no, there's nothing much is happening there.
McLeod senses a strange odor across the complex.
Wow.
He's
Damn.
downwind!
Yeah. All right.
Wait. There is a mental link here that I think we're forgetting about. Does that have to be consciously active, or can
Yeah.
it
has
be
to be
activated
consciously-
at times of great stress?
It has to be consciously activated, and it has to be consciously accepted.
Oh, okay.
And I had no desire to be involved in what I thought might be going on upstairs.
Purposely blocked out mind.
Well, technically, you wouldn't be involved. You'd be just watching.
Same idea.
All right. Arthur and Ruth, you guys are out enjoying the night sky.
Yep, I set up my tent and cook some mushrooms. Drink a cup of ale.
I rolled a 29 for setting snares and looking for roots and other vegetables.
Okay.
Trying to get some supplies ready for the trip.
All right.
And no thank you for the ale, Arthur.
I pour that cup of ale back in my jug.
All right. So Darian goes to the bathhouse. There's nobody else at the bathhouse right now, so you have the entire pool to yourself.
Excellent.
You can do laps or something.
Is it that deep?
It's not deep. It's maybe 5 feet or something.
But I could actually swim. That's actually a possibility. Darian comes from a river town. He hasn't been swimming in a while. I guess the only thing I do is before I get in, I use my my ring to form my armor and my weapons on myself, and then I use my ring again to to literally take up everything, including my clothes.
All right.
So I'm basically not leaving anything lying around. Like all I have on me now is just my ring, and that's how I get in.
All right. So you have a nice, relaxing time in the bathhouse. Time goes by. Starting to be a little pruny now.
Yeah, I'll get out once that gets a little uncomfortable, and I'll summon my still dry clothes and armor, and then I'll unsummon my armor and weapons as I'm leaving.
All right. What you do, Zook?
Well, I'm guessing I'm done eating now. Is there anyone else to hang out with down here other than at all?
Nope. Just
Well, since it's nice and empty, I guess I'll retire to my room.
all right. All right. You go up to your room. As you pass by Reckless's room, you see a green fog coming from
Damn.
underneath the door.
I proceed to quickly pass by the door and head off to my room, and hoping that this green fog does not emanate any further.
All right.
Because I'm assuming the green fog has a foul smell to it.
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
All right. So Zook zonks, and then Durian, you make your way back to the inn.
Yeah, I go back in and just go up to my room, do my nightly routine, and go to bed.
You too see the green fog.
I am fairly worried about this. Can I do an Arcana check or something to try to determine if this is like more serious than it should be?
Sure.
All right, I don't have much skill in it, but I will try. $17. Basically trying to determine if this is going to turn her into some sort of zombie.
You think it's very odd, but you have a feeling that it's just a side effect of the drink.
and not something that would be permanently harmful. Just eminently embarrassing.
You don't think so?
Okay. I'll go on to my room then. And I'll do my usual routine of meditating, and I'll do my detect evil on the inn as I normally do.
All right. Yeah, nothing is out of the ordinary. You settle down for the night.
Excellent. Yep. I go to bed fairly confident that Reclusette will be fine in the morning.
That would be a cool thing. All right, so in the morning, everybody wakes up. Make my thing up.
That's what I turn into. Yeah.
So I wake up and I have some morning bread. I share some with Ruth.
And she'll share some rabbit bacon.
Oh, bacon. Wait, how can rabbits have bacon? They don't have any fat. That'd be some odd bacon.
Yes, it is.
Sorry, my folder closed on me.
So when you say rabbit bacon, it's more like rabbit jerky fried.
Pretty much.
Arthur will sample it. How is it? Rabbit bacon. That's something I haven't had before.
It is very tough.
Choo wow. Not bad. Bit on the gamey side, but maybe because it's so lean. It's probably healthy.
So you guys wake up. It's a fairly foggy day.
It's not green fog, is it?
No.
Green fog rises.
No. So what do you guys do? Who wakes up first?
Upon waking, how the hell do I feel?
You feel very energetic.
Oh, okay, that's a welcome relief.
You also feel something down beneath the sheets.
Uh-oh. Is there anything in bed with me that I would not be normally expecting?
Nope. You feel very energetic today, and you wonder how you got here.
That's the last thing I remember.
You remember dancing with Durian and in your room, but other than that, nothing else.
So I was dancing with Durian in my room. Okay. I check my check to make sure there's nothing missing.
Your clothes are missing.
They're missing?
Oh, from your body.
Oh, well, yeah. Okay. I see them on the floor, I assume.
Yes.
Alrighty. So, notice anything else missing? I start to get dressed.
You're missing your key.
Interesting. So I have to try to piece together the evening. Last thing I remember, I was dancing with Durian in my room, and I wake up, my clothes off and my key missing. Alrighty. There's only one thing that leads me to.
Oh,
That
God.
is, I gave Durian my key so he can come in whenever he wants and dance with me, so to speak.
Damn.
So I'll get ready to go downstairs when I'm ready.
All right.
I'll probably wake up really early, make sure my room is nice and tidy, and then go down and get some early breakfast.
All right.
I'll
There's-
get up and head downstairs for breakfast.
All right.
Assuming I feel normal.
Yes, you feel normal.
Oh, nothing was said about anything being special about my drink, so I assumed it wasn't, but I didn't want to take a chance.
Nope, you just had a normal, boring ale. So, the waitress comes up and says, "Hello, we have chicken and fish and eggs."
Ooh, fish and eggs, yes.
Okay. And you, sir?
I'll probably have the same and ask for some toast if they have it.
Sorry, we don't have toast. We only have bread.
Okay. I thank her and pay up.
All right. All right. So Arthur is hiding. Ruth, you come back inside.
Sure. That's a good idea.
All right. The waitress asks if you want chicken, fish, or eggs.
I already ate.
Oh, and what about your dog?
He did too.
Okay. Anything to drink?
No, thank you.
Any desserts?
No, thank you.
Okay. So she goes off and gives the orders to the chef. McLeod, what are you doing?
I wake up languorously from my sleep, probably a little later than everyone else. I probably eat in the refectory. I don't know what they're having today.
They're having some kind of bird. Looks like some game kind of bird.
Generic bird, huh? Well, I hope it looks like cooked meat. I probably eat it.
Alright. Yep. Alright, so
I would imagine they just catch Heroes Feast every day, and that's what they eat.
so you sit down, and the other wizards and students and such come into the room over time and sit down and eat. The one bully from your childhood comes over to see what's going on with you.
I am eating.
Don't you have to be a wizard to be here?
I say he's a wizard and point at our wizard friend.
What? What's going on? What?
Yeah, we aren't there.
Yeah, this is.
Oh, y'all aren't there yet?
No,
this
we
is
aren't
in
with
the
him.
dining hall at the Mage's Guild.
Oh, I thought that that was in ours. I'm sorry. Dang, I had a good comeback for once.
So what'd you say?
Doesn't matter. I'm not there.
I don't
No.
know what's happening. The guy walked up to me and said I'm not a wizard, basically.
Yeah.
No, I just ignore him.
So where are you
I'm not
off
about
to?
to cause a scene here.
Where are you off to now, Alton? Off to kill some other children?
I'm off to do the exact same thing I've been doing for years.
Killing children.
Did you give this guy a name?
I did, but
I think it's well. I didn't name him. You probably did.
we'll call him Bub.
Bob. Really? God.
I don't have the paper anymore.
I'm not in the business of killing any children. I'm off to save one in particular, as you well know. And I do intend to return for one day.
One day.
Preferably sooner, but sometimes these things take time.
If you were a good wizard, like the headmaster, we probably would have her back by now.
If she were not in the hands of that foul beast of shadow, that would probably be true.
So you really think she's still alive?
I certainly hope she is. If not, then the shadow will not live to tell the tale. Well, either way, it won't, but...
If you find her and she's like undead or hideously mangled and stuff like that, would you even want her back?
With our vast array of magic, I assume that we can solve any of those problems if that would occur. Even if I have to go to the ends of the earth to do so.
She's probably pretty messed up in the head.
If that were the case, we must merely visit the heavens, and surely they have a solution to such a problem.
I wonder if she comes back, she's actually going to thank you or for the tens of years that she was gone.
She does not need to thank me. It must be done, because I was the one who caused it.
Yep, you sure caused it. He starts to walk off.
Yeah, he can go ahead and walk off then. There's nothing to do with him. He can believe whatever he wants.
So the remainder of your meal is pretty peaceful. People at the inn gotten their food.
I've probably come downstairs by now.
Yep. Cosette is coming downstairs and seems to have a large smile on her face.
So I sit down at the table. I'm assuming Zook, Ruth, and Durian are there.
Yes.
Alrighty. I turn to Durian and I ask, "So, how was your evening?"
As she's coming down, like, do we notice any sort of lingering odor?
No, but she does have a very large smile on her face.
I guess I probably blush a bit, but for a different reason. Like, I'm embarrassed for. And I say, "Oh, it was nothing special. Nothing out of the ordinary."
Nothing special, you say?
Yeah, I look at Zook and I shrug and I'm like, nothing went on out here, did it?
I give him an "oh really" look. I give Durian an "oh really" look, like, yeah, nothing happened.
I look really confused at him.
I'm just having fun with him. No,
Yeah,
then
then
my next response is well, considering how little time you were up there, I hope for your sake not much happened. Otherwise, she might have been disappointed.
Oh.
Yeah,
No,
he was
I
only up there for about 10 minutes after it, so.
Now I look a little confused. Oh, okay. Well, maybe that's why you kept my key then.
I left your key with the front desk. I had to lock the door, but I couldn't leave it in your room.
Oh.
I give you kind of a look like you weren't exactly in a state to lock the door after yourself.
Okay, so now I blush and say, "Oh, okay."
I don't think you wanted anyone to take advantage of you, my dear. We're not in a position to say yay or nay, I think.
Very gallant of you, then, I guess.
And nobody really carefully mentions the green smog filling the upstairs.
Oh, hell no!
Ah, hello, my friends. What's this about someone being taken advantage of?
That's nothing else. And how was your morning? Do they serve good breakfast at that Wizards Academy?
It is merely acceptable breakfast.
I move over, make sure he has a place to sit.
Ah, thank you. It's good to be among friends again, and not ones who are so openly antagonistic.
I go for a morning run in whatever fields exist in this area.
You're having some issues with some of your
No.
clan mates, or whatever the appropriate term may be.
Just a few. Some,
A few problems or a few people?
both, I would say. But it'll all be taken care of eventually. Some do not approve of my attempts to correct past wrongs.
They would rather you leave wrongs wrong?
I would say they just want to out after me in whatever way they can get, and this is merely an excuse. But I'm not one to cause a scene on the guild grounds over such petty matters.
You should challenge him to a duel and show him how weak he is. You've seen your powers.
There's no reason. I know I am better than he. There's no reason to prove it, other than out of vengeance, which I have no desire to do.
Oh well, might shut him up.
That is true. But he can say all he wants, it will not affect me.
You're a polite person most of the time, so some people like to take advantage of that.
If he feels the need to rub it in my face, that's merely on him.
Okay, I'll make a note not to antagonize him if I see him near you. Then that you seem to not want it to be escalated.
In my opinion, he merely lowers himself to have to do it.
Sounds like he could use some pranking.
So Beth comes by to give some of the food to the rest of the food to the individuals who ordered, and asks if anybody wants to order.
Yeah, I'll order the salad and eggs, I say.
All right. How did you like the drink?
It was interesting, I will have to say.
I kind of snort at this, look away.
I have a mild chuckle to myself.
Do you want one? Another one?
Not today. It was a perception-altering drink, I must say. So I don't need that done today in any way anymore.
At least two of the other people at the table look incredibly relieved.
I don't know, it was kind of entertaining from my vantage point. Except for the odor.
Odor?
I think he was talking out of character. I would
Either
overrule.
one will do.
Oh no.
I'll make it in character.
Oh no.
I was dumb enough to say it.
Recluse says, odor?
Well,
Yeah,
I
there
don't
shouldn't have been
know what
odor.
was going on, but let's just say that I think the drink had some bad side effects after you were adjourned for the evening.
Well, how do you know?
They didn't stay in your room.
Oh God! Now I look really embarrassed.
I look at Zook and I'm like, "Son," I'm just like trying to get him to shut up.
I'm still trying to be as diplomatic as possible in a way to say this once I put my foot in my mouth.
Beth looks confused. And there shouldn't have been an odor. Unless...
Unless what? I
Uh-oh.
say.
I hate the
Giving her a
unless.
stare.
Well... There's... Those worms that you ate are sometimes used for pregnancy tests.
Alrighty.
Everybody at the table just goes silent and just stares at this woman.
And now I'm petrified.
And I'm just very glad I haven't had any friendly relations with Reset.
And I'm trying to remember the. Oh, okay.
Really? How are they used as pregnancy tests?
Ruth.
Ruth is interested now.
Well, they take this worm and the inside.
Sorry.
But yeah, it's in the past. There's been sometimes there's a side effect of some green mist if you're pregnant. She looks a little shy.
You say some?
Sometimes.
Well, I mean, it's nothing's 100%, you know.
Oh.
Does
I
this
tried-
green mist ever occur when a person's not?
No, not really.
I try to comprehend what this means, that there was enough green mist to fill the entire hallway. Like, how pregnant could she actually be? Like,
Yeah, considering how little she's
quadruplet?
looking at.
Alrighty. So,
Well, I'll go get your food now.
I will cancel my order.
Awkward
And
silence ensues.
I will tell the others. You must excuse me.
She just leaves. Oh God. The
I will
table's
be
like
I will
really
be heading
quiet.
to the healer, the cleric's place. Let's see what are the places on here. Market Square. Is there anything?
The hospital
Special.
might be.
As she insults
You're
the
looking for
signpost right in
Planned
front of town.
Parenthood.
One of the small things.
Looking for Planned Parenthood.
I'm an
building.
adventurer. I can't do this right now.
Ruth waves down the waitress
Is
and asks for a
Winterhaven
double
Barracks.
order of food.
All right.
I mean, it can't be healthy for a recluse to miss meals, and she actually should be eating more than normal.
I kind of like spit out a little bit of my drink, and I'm like, so where are we going today, everybody?
I'm just afraid that we may have killed the father. Well, y'all may have. I didn't kill him.
Awkward silence. So I'm running free in the fields.
Yes.
Yeah.
You're running free in the fields. You come across a lot of tracks that were from the attack yesterday.
Which direction do they go in?
North.
Yeah, take note of that. I'm not going to chase them right now, but
You notice there seems to be a lot of used equipment that is broken down and stuff like that is along the tree lines and everything. Just some of it looks newer than others. It must just be like remnants from previous attacks and stuff like that, just garbage left over basically.
okay.
Reclusette will make her way over to the Hall of Scholars to try to find a quote-unquote cure for
A cure for pregnancy.
Cure for her condition.
for her condition. Yeah.
I would think she'd want to verify the condition before she tries to get a quote
There
cure.
is a temple just across the street from where you started.
Is that what 10 is?
Do we want
Oh,
spells
10
from
is
Book of
temple.
Erotic Fantasy now? There is a spell in that book that might be very handy to you.
Abortion spell?
Detect pregnancy
Oh.
is a level 1 spell.
Well, we were told all of the books were available at one point.
It's not an official book.
That's not an official book by any means.
You should be glad of that, otherwise you could expect a very different campaign.
I
from
mean, there's
Bunko.
stuff in there that's crazy.
Help.
It's like, you become pregnant with a demonic creature.
You know, all the
Okay.
stuff that my character was trying to do in the last campaign.
Would have happened would have actually happened.
Yeah, all that stuff you tried to do is actual, like, the bread and butter of that book.
Yep. Alright. So, yeah.
An NC-17 D&D campaign.
All right, so Recluse,
You can always do Fade to Black. It's okay.
you are seeking knowledge and help.
Yes. Preferably from a female employee of the temple.
Which
All right.
priesthood do you seek? Is the question.
A nun comes out.
Hello.
Hello, my dear. What is your problem?
How can you tell I have a problem?
Because you're here?
Okay, well, I need to see if I'm pregnant.
Oh, what a wonderful thing.
Not exactly.
She looks horrified at you because she is a nun.
What do you mean, not exactly?
Well, it will be very difficult to avenge my stepfather's death with a wee child on the way.
So, you want to do what?
See if I'm pregnant?
All right. And she goes in the back and comes out with a green beer with fog.
At least it wasn't a
You're
stick you had to
kidding,
pee on.
I hope you're kidding.
So she has the beer on the tray, and then she grabs the worm at the bottom of the beer.
I put up my hand and I say, "Oh no, I had one of those last night actually, and
You did?
supposedly there was some kind of green mist coming from my room.
From your room?
Well, that's where I was.
Where was the green mist coming from?
I have no idea personally because I was not really cognizant of this. I was told secondhand.
So you drank one of these last night?
Correct.
Oh, okay. Well, if there was a green mist, that could mean that you are pregnant. We would need to try again, I guess, to make sure that that's in fact the case. It could have been just a bad interaction with something that you ate or something.
What would I have eaten with it to cause a green mist?
Well, I mean, it depends on it's several days. Any eel that you've eaten?
A dragon eel?
Yeah.
I had that, I believe, 2 nights ago. Yes, 2 nights ago.
Okay, that could be it.
Ah, thank all the Mara.
But we can't be 100% sure.
Oh, shit. Okay, well, aside from the dragon ale test, is there any kind of other test aside from waiting to show?
Well,
Waking up one morning and finding my armor doesn't fit anymore?
So she goes, well, this is the standard way right now. Let me go ask one of the doctors.
Okay.
And so she comes back with an old guy. Goes, what's the problem here, Missy?
Well, I had a reaction to a dragon ale I had last night of a green mist.
You're pregnant.
Possibly. Well, if that is the case, so let me move on from that.
Have you had sex any time lately?
Well, I wouldn't be here if that was the case.
So you haven't had sex anytime lately.
No, I have.
So you have had sex lately.
Correct.
Okay. Did you want to have a baby?
No, I don't.
Then why did you have sex? Oh, you guys were doing some recreation. Nice.
Yes.
See, the young people nowadays, you know. My days, people just did that just to have babies, you know. And then you had to have all these babies, and then you have a farm, and all the kids grow up, and they can help you around the farm. And,
Well, let me stop you there, because it wasn't just recreation, it was also to elicit information.
You have sex nowadays to get information?
Of course. Oh, that's one of my various ways I can get information from people.
I see. Okay, whatever floats your boat now, lass. Okay, what's you don't want to take the worm?
I already took the worm.
Yeah, so you're pregnant.
Okay. So then, how do I become unpregnant?
You don't have sex.
As in, no longer pregnant. Now.
Oh, I see. Well, I mean, it could come and go. You know, who knows what will happen.
Did you just say pregnancy comes and goes?
Yes.
Okay. I would not like it to go with a baby.
Oh,
I would like it to go without one, as most quickly as possible.
I'm sorry, ma'am, but what you're asking, we can't do legally in this world.
Who can, pray tell?
Well, I'm sure there are
Necromancer,
a lot
yeah.
of shady characters that you can probably find that can do this kind of thing for you.
Do you know of any?
Do I know any shady characters? Do you think I have any shady characters that I know?
Boy, you must have had women come to you with this problem in the past. I'm sure I'm not the first.
Absolutely none.
Interesting. Alrighty. I turn and leave.
Have fun!
This was one of the best conversations we've had.
So Reclusette rejoins the group.
I would say by now, I would have suggested to the rest of the group that we, start getting the wagon ready and the horses and stuff. Is there anybody who would have had any objection?
That seems sensible to me.
I
So
should have been gone an hour ago.
Yeah, I just want to know. I just point out that we might or might not be planning for Reclusette to come with us because it might be harmful to her if she is indeed with child.
There's some probably quiet looks and nods, but yeah, Reclusette probably finds us near the inn. I think it's on the same street where the stables are. So we've got the wagon out. I'm loading 3 barrels onto the wagon. I explained to the group that they're filled with supplies, and we're getting the horses ready and stuff.
So I will join you guys.
Yep. Yeah, you rejoined them. So, you guys are getting all the stuff ready. Betty, the innkeeper, sees that you guys seem to be packing up and comes out. Oh, you guys are leaving?
Yes, good innkeeper. We must continue on our way.
Okay. I haven't seen Arthur lately.
Another kind of like quiet snicker passes between all the members of the group.
I have.
Arthur has a
You
cold
have?
chill out in the
God.
fields.
Yeah, I
During
spent the night with
Rubs-
him last night.
During Rubs' temples as he hears this.
Oh, you spent the night with him. What? I see. I see now what happened last night. Well, can I made this horse blanket
Oh god.
for Arthur. If you could give it to him.
A horse blanket made out of horses?
Sure.
My God, that's disturbing.
Well, thank you for staying at the inn. You guys are welcome here anytime.
Yes, it was a great experience. I'm sure. I'd look at everybody and like, thank you for your hospitality.
So you guys are packed up. Arthur has the whole entire outside canvas and mapped and everything by prancing around for hours.
Roll for potholes.
Oh shit. That's reflex. We'll do reflex. Reflex would be. It's not terrible. It could be worse. Don't trip my face, I hope.
50% of the potholes he has marked correctly.
So we see Recluse set coming up to us, and
Correct.
we trade glances amongst each other, and we continue getting the wagon ready. It looks like we're just ready to head out. Reclusette, will you be joining us?
Of course, why wouldn't I?
Another like quiet look.
So the recluse that goes, oh, I totally got that taken care of.
I haven't had to say that yet.
No.
Because nobody asked.
Like, well, we were just getting things ready. I think we squared everything away with the innkeeper, and I think all that's left is to mount up and collect Arthur on our way out of town.
Yes, sounds fine to me.
All right. So you guys meet up with Arthur.
A plume of smoke, or a plume of dust along the fields. You assume it to be Arthur.
Ruth gives you a horse blanket.
Where did you get this?
Well, let's just see if it fits first.
So it's a very well-made horse blanket. It has pink hearts on it.
Pink hearts. Arthur looks at this dubiously. Pink
Yes,
hearts.
Betty.
Yeah, isn't that cute?
What color is the actual blanket?
At the inn, handmade that for you, Arthur. All by
Arthur
herself.
thinks to himself, damn, she works fast.
It's a gray blanket with hearts. It says B plus A on it.
Aww. Well, I'm sure you could have kept her distracted from making a blanket if something else had happened.
Arthur's like, well, let's continue our quest, shall we?
Everybody
Yeah.
gives Arthur a slight glare for breaking the poor innkeeper's heart.
You're gonna keep it?
Not Ruth.
What else
Ruth is
would I
smirking
use?
like crazy.
Listen, she could. If you're not gonna return the lady's affections, you could at least let her sell it for gold or something.
We are leaving right now, right? Yes, it's okay.
Yeah, we are on the way out.
Arthur places Beret on the never return list.
Never return list.
So we have two towns that people are
People are
effectively
banished
exiled from.
Wow.
Yeah, In this world, eventually we'll just avoid all the towns. That's the way Bunko plays.
Y'all will be banished to the wilderness.
Arthur
So
is
I
right.
assume we're heading back to the world map now.
This is the town that Ruclusette conceived. This is the town.
No,
That...
technically, she
Conceived.
didn't conceive in this town. She conceived in the other town.
Yeah.
He's just
No,
like,
I'm just
we're putting
saying-
labels on the map.
Yeah, we're putting labels. We're changing the names.
Yeah.
So where are we headed, guys? I mentioned to everybody as we're kind of pulling out of town that there is. I had heard in town that there was a potential temple to Malachor.
A temple?
Somewhere to the northeast, not terribly far off the road. I asked if we could check it out on our way.
Malachor. I thought he was a dead god.
Malachor.
Yes.
I thought he was dead.
He is. As far as I know, I am the only one who worships him. But I heard from a young woman in town that there is a temple. I mean, there are ruins of temples in many places, but she said something about that there might have been people there. I am curious to check it out.
Before we go there, can you tell us more about Malachor? Because we know you're one of his few remaining servants, but we know little of him.
Yeah, as we go, I basically explain about Malachor, and I'm not doing it in like a preachy manner.
You're not trying to proselytize me?
No, Malachor is like a very individualistic god, like self-determining. I describe. Yeah, there's no pamphlets. I describe in basic, kind of the generalities of Malachor, and I guess more like from a historical perspective. That's how Durian got into it. Like he's always been into history and things. But he was worshipped across the land, but not very widely, and he did not rub some of the other gods of justice quite the right way. He thought they were sort of hypocritical, putting like the letter of the law over the spirit of the law, and eventually he was killed by one of the other gods, and his temples and his worshippers kind of fell into disarray. He hasn't been worshipped even by Durian's family for quite a long time, like several like elven generations. So it's been several hundred years.
So we won't find any like undead or demons around there trying to revive him then.
No,
He was too good for any of the
Is
evil types to
good
want to
god.
revive
like
him.
he was somewhat aligned with what was his name, the god of death, but it not like this was more like the god of balance and death, not like raising zombies.
Okay, so probably a safe place to go.
Yes, you get over the course of the conversation that like he's still even dubious there would be anybody there at all. Like he's been to several ruins and they've just all been kind of overgrown places out in the woods.
Okay, well I'm okay with that then.
And Malachor is just all about doing what you think is right, and so it's like a very kind of, I don't know, self-determining religion. And as far as Durian goes, he's never actually spoken to Malachor. Like one day, he just kind of discovered after years of kind of studying him that he could do things, and he has to sort of assume that he's like the only cleric there is. But yeah, I explained all that on the way.
All right.
On a side note, Alton, you have acquired a floppy hat.
Ah, yes, I've actually formally joined the guild, and with this token, I now have access to the spell pool. At a moment's notice, I should be able to pull basically any spell we would happen to need, with just a mere minute's concentration. course, I must always pay the debt back. To take a spell from the pool, you must then put one back in. But should be extremely useful.
Indeed, it does sound quite useful. So you may select thy mystical art at will.
To some extent, yes. There is, of course, a limit on the amount of power I may draw in such a way each day, but should we need a particular spell, it should prove most useful.
Alright. So, I put the temple on the map.
I thought it was to the northeast.
I said northeast, but if it was in northeast, it would be in the water. So,
Well, it's. I assumed we were going to the east, right? Like that was. I wouldn't ask the party to basically head out of their way.
It could be northeast in the swamp, and it'd still be northeast.
Yeah. It wouldn't have to be
It could
due
be like
northeast.
Yay-ish,
Yeah.
and it'll still be northeast.
That was really where I was kind of picturing where it was.
okay, it moved.
Ah!
Oh my god, it's a mobile temple. Anyway.
Temples in
Unfortunately-
Malachor do that.
Fortunately, we did not see it move, so it doesn't seem to move to us.
Where else would we be going?
When a temple moves across rivers in the swamp, did it really move, if no one sees it?
I guess we do need to establish where is our ultimate destination right now.
The only thing I heard was that our ultimate
Back to
destination
the
is
east.
probably back where we came from, essentially, after that last place the guy was, which is like, what was it? Shoot, where was it? Was like
Well, if we don't know where he is, but we do know where the Necromancers Guild is, isn't that in like Shireton or something? Like, wouldn't it make more sense to go to the place where we know is at? Like, even if there's a slightly less chance of them actually knowing something.
I was told they would have no information for us.
Didn't they say it was unlikely?
I don't remember. That was 2 weeks ago.
Well, I'm sure we can find out if there's been any more activity by Darius out in the east by asking around once we get out there. It'll just be a matter of finding him anyways. The necromancer place being so far away from us the other way. Isn't it Rennydale, I thought, was the necromancer guild?
Yeah, the far north.
That's way up there.
Oh, is it? I thought it
Yeah.
was.
No, like
That was Shireton.
super far north, like straight north.
Yeah, so I would think that if they had news of him, it would be old by the time they got it, as compared to, getting closer to it and having the news more recent.
Jarian, perhaps we should just visit this temple and you can commune with your god.
And maybe he'll know where he is.
Well, Malachor. I mean, Malachor is dead, or. I mean, sometimes I wonder, but he has never spoken to me.
From what I understand, thy god gives you thy power, correct? So if you have abilities,
Well, the
you
thing
cannot
is,
be dead?
I always assumed it came more from my belief in what he espoused than being
Perhaps I'm not a
directly
religious
given by
type.
Malachor.
Perhaps you're right.
I have wondered myself at times, but I have never communed directly with him. I don't know that it's something that I could ask, but if we are heading back east, I would like to travel there.
Alrighty. Yeah, I suggested that's be one of our first stops too, to give Durian some idea into his god and see if he can get more power from his god, if at all possible.
So I guess we move out.
Should I move us to?
Yep.
That was like a half day away.
It's about a half day.
Okay.
That's
So-
a 1.
So you can.
That's 2.
Yeah. Alright.
And I'm assuming we move slower now, going into the swamp, so we'll only be moving like 1.
You can move. You can move to the temple.
On the next one.
Yeah.
Boom. We're there.
Alright. So you find a small path. You guys have been following a small path that's leading from the city to this place. Looks like it's more worn down than the rest of the surrounding foliage, so you can sort of spot it if you know what you're looking for. The path leads to a large building. Looks like it used to be a temple. It's a lot of rubble. A lot of the vegetation has been starting to grow on the walls. It being a swamp, there's a lot of moss and stuff like that on the walls and such. But there are lighted torches outside of the doors, and around the cracks of the doors you see light. There are bars that are on the side of the buildings that are basically makeshift windows, but that you can look into.
Do I recognize the architecture of this as being similar to the temples that I've seen before?
It looks somewhat. The parts that don't look similar look like they were repairs done over time. But there are some parts of the building that look Malachor-ish.
As we're riding up to this place, I look a little bit awed by this. Like, this is fairly substantial. Most of the temples that I've seen have been almost nothing more than way shrines, very very small buildings. This must have been a substantial place of worship. And it looks like someone is here.
Yes.
So, as I said, the building's lit. In the inside, there's some torches on the outside. You don't see anybody outside the building yet. How do you want to approach the building?
What's the time of day and what's like the atmosphere / weather like around here?
It is becoming evening now. You guys basically had a full day ride from the city. Right now, it's a clear night.
I guess we draw the wagon and the horses to a stop a little bit ahead of it, and I turn to the rest of the party and I say, "How do you all wish to proceed? I of course would prefer to go first, but this is all up to you."
Seems to be an odd place for such a shrine to me.
I look at I look at it and say, well, apparently this is up to you because it's your temple. Don't you think they would welcome you by just knocking on the door?
I look a little bit skeptical. Like, I have never even heard of another follower of Malachor. I'm still somewhat unsure that these are actual worshippers, but perhaps.
Worshippers, perhaps bandits?
Well, there's
Perhaps
all
we should
sorts
approach
of.
this cautiously.
I don't
Or
see any.
or I could bust in the front door heroically.
Arthur.
Oh.
I see no evidence that these are bandits.
Ah.
It is good to
Arthur
have the
looks a bit
thought.
disappointed.
It is good to have the thought, my friend, but let us not rush in with lances drawn.
What about checking through the windows?
I would prefer to simply to go knock on the door. If you would like to wait here, that is fine. I start to dismount.
Oh, I'm curious. I'll follow behind, actually. I'll let you lead.
As I dismount, I will hold my hand up and make a fist, and I will summon my armor and equipment. And
Alright.
I'll make my way to the door.
All right. The building is made of stone, bricks mostly. Again, there's some patching and stuff like that, but it's mostly bricks that are now made up of the walls. The roof is fairly good condition, given this environment and everything, being in the swamp. There looks to be a clearing along the right side of the building. You don't really have much eyesight of that area yet. There's a little... It's a porch, but it's more of a place for you to place your belongings and stuff before you go into the temple. If not, just wiping your feet so that you don't track in a bunch of the outside mess.
Yeah, I'm definitely careful to wipe my feet as best I can, and I'll doff my helmet and kind of carry it under one arm. I don't have any of my weapons drawn or anything. And I guess Recluse, you said you were following me. Is everybody else back by the horses?
Call out if they are evil.
I chuckle a little bit at that, and I raise my gauntlet and I knock on the door.
I'm about 5 feet behind him.
All right. So you knock on the door, and the door opens slowly, and a woman with a robe that has the sign of Malachor on the front of it opens, and she notices instantly your wardrobe and symbol on your shield, and says, "Are you a follower of Malachor too?"
Oh shit!
My shield is technically on my back, but I do technically wear his colors, so that's still fine. I look a little bit surprised by this. I really wasn't expecting somebody to actually be here that was worshiping him, and I say, my name is Durian. I am a cleric of Malachor.
And she's a little dumbfounded. Oh, please come in. Please come in. She then goes, "Alex!" Yelling for her husband, then pops his head out, says, "Oh!" And then he puts whatever down that he had in his hands in the other room and comes out. The room is... it looks like it used to be a temple, but now they have made it sort of a... front half of the room is a shrine area for praying and stuff like that, and the back half of the building is now a living quarters for this woman and her husband.
I take all this in, and I say, would it? I have friends back on the road. Would it be okay if some of them entered with me? I was really not expecting to find anyone here.
I
Are they-
wave from over his shoulder.
Are they followers of Malachor too?
No, but they are my friends.
Oh well, yeah, yeah. Alex, come, make some room out here.
I guess I turn to Reclusette and I give you like a shrug. I say, I'm surprised, but if you would like to come in.
I'll go back and get the others and bring them over.
Okay.
So I walk back towards the party to inform them that we've been welcomed in.
Right, I will, as she's doing that, I guess I will step in and kind of take in the entry room.
So they put out a couple chairs. There is a mat, carpet of sense, down on the floor to do some praying on without getting dirty and everything. There is a shrine that's up against the north wall. Just has it looks like a tome and the symbol of Malachor on a sheet that's on the wall, and then a couple candles and some looks like some plates of fruit and stuff like that.
So it's a woman and a man, both human.
Yes.
I give them a slight bow, and I say, my name is Durian Maris. I travel from quite far. You are both followers of Malachor?
Yeah. How long have you been a follower of Malachor?
I look a little bit flustered by this, and I say, most of my life. I came to know Malachor by discovering the ruins of one of his temples near my hometown.
Yes. That's sort of what happened to us. I mean, we used to live in Buray, and we were venturing around, and we ended up finding this temple out here and nobody was using, and we dug around a little bit, and we found little pieces here and there, outside, inside, and we started to piece together the religion and everything. You're probably a lot more familiar with the religion than us, but I would really like to talk to you about what the religion is and see if we're actually following the correct ways.
I guess I try to be a little bit more comfortable in here, and look a little bit more at ease. And I say, well, thank you for inviting me in. You have done quite well in restoring this temple, my lady. I kind of look like I'm asking for her name, since I caught her husband's name but not hers.
My name is Seti.
What?
Seti.
Seti, okay. I'm assuming we're back now at the other people's.
Yep.
Okay.
The doors of the temple are also double doors, so your fat ass will be able to fit.
Did I hear the part where she said...
Well, how much space was there inside? Because if it's a small area, I'm not gonna go in.
There's enough space. It's It's a large room.
Did I overhear her say something about if we're practicing it the correct way?
Yes.
Okay. I pipe up a little bit. Just exactly how are you practicing it now, pray tell?
Well, let's see. Where do we start? Alex, what are you doing back there? And then he goes, I'm helping Jimmy. Come
So
out
her
here.
husband,
We have...
her husband hasn't actually shown himself yet.
He keeps on poking his head out every time that she yells at him, but
Like he's in a back room or something.
yeah, he's apparently helping Jimmy.
Oh, there's more than two of you.
Oh yes, my son is here too.
Ah. I as people come in, I introduce them as my adventuring companions.
Oh, I am Arthur.
Hello, my name's Seti.
Hello, Seti.
Evening.
I'm Alton of the Arcane Order, recently from Bure. It's good to meet you.
Oh, you're from Bure too.
Yes.
How long did you live there?
I've lived there all my life, though this most recent visit was only for a first time in some while.
Oh, I might know you then, because I lived in Bure for a long time also, since birth. She looks like she's about 20 years old.
Perhaps so, my lady, though I spent most of my time at the guild.
As this is going on, I'm just kind of inspecting the temple and kind of making my way towards the back of the room, sort of where this guy has been, just, taking it all in and making my way over towards the shrine.
Alright. So you, the rest of the party's just meeting. Alex, her husband, comes out, and Jimmy looks to be about 5, comes out with the father and in tow, and says and introduces himself as Alex. He said he's husband.
I shake his hand and I thank them for their hospitality, and I'll go to one knee and introduce myself to their son.
You be a wit small one there.
Says,
Looking down at the small boy.
you guys have weapons and everything.
I am a member of the Silver Order. I look to see if either of the adults have any sort of recognition of this term. And as I do so, I go on and say, then these are my adventuring companions. We travel the land and thus need to arm ourselves to protect ourselves from the dangers of the road.
I have skewered many a goblin upon this lance.
Just kind of shake my head at Arthur.
Wow.
Do either of them seem to have any sort of recognition of what I have mentioned?
Yeah, they seem
Okay.
to know what the Silver Order is.
Did they finish answering my question earlier before we were doing the introductions with how they worship Malcolor? There we go.
Well, it was sort of. She started to answer your question, but then it got interrupted. But she goes back to answering, which is they pray to Malachor and thank him for giving them food and guidance and whatnot. We give him an offering of fruits, as you can see, just pointing to the the plate of fruits that are up on the altar. Um, as far as his place on this earth, the texts, I believe, say that he was killed, but I didn't really understand how or where. But maybe you know.
I nod my head at this, although inwardly I'm noticing like quite a difference between how I know to worship Malachor. But I don't really speak up and call them out on this or anything. I do say the lore about the death of Malachor is somewhat scarce. After he was killed, much of the temples were destroyed, and much of his followers were killed. Not much survived that era, so we only have bits and pieces, unfortunately.
I ask if they have the texts here.
We have some pages, but the reason for our gaps, I guess, in our knowledge of Malachor is because we're missing those pages. But we want to follow Malachor as we're supposed to. So any guidance would be very helpful.
Well, I do not mean to interrupt your day's activities, but I would certainly be willing to sit down and explain things with you. I was fortunate enough to discover quite a repository of knowledge at my home temple, and I could probably fill in some of these gaps, and perhaps I look over towards where this tome that you said was over in front of the altar. Perhaps I could take a look at your texts and see what else you have.
All right.
And yeah, I basically, assuming that I'm not like asking them to just drop what they're doing. Assuming they're actually interested in doing this, I'll explain to them how like the main thing with Malachor is making sure you do what you believe is right, and always taking responsibility for that, and not necessarily following what others believe is right, but what you believe in your heart, and that Malachor himself did not demand tribute from his followers or offerings. Instead, every morning after you wake, you spend a time in contemplation over the previous day's events and what might entail for the day, and just things like that, like the really basic things about my religion.
All right. The boy seems very very attracted to Arthur. He's looking over Arthur's weapons and gear, and he goes, "Were you born as part horse?"
Ah, yes, I'm a centaur, young lad.
Oh. So, how many people are like you?
There's tribes of us out to the east.
Oh. So, how, what do you guys do?
We live peacefully in our own villages. Hunt, fish, live merry.
Do you live in houses or in stables?
By your standards, that'd be more tents or large pavilions. Easily packed up and moved. Yeah, nomadic people.
Do you worship anybody?
We worship the beauty of nature and the forest, but no God as your people would put them. As of yet, anyhow.
Mommy
guess-
and
I guess-
Daddy are pretty attached to this Malachor thing. But I don't know about it.
So as this conversation is going on, do I get a look at like the altar in general and like what they have in terms of this tome?
Yeah, it looks similar to the book that you have, except it's in a lot worse shape. Looks like it was in the elements a lot more than yours was. There are some pages in it that are a little bit clearer than yours. So you're able to read through and figure out what those pages actually mean and everything. It's nothing particularly critical to the overall understanding of what happened and stuff like that. It's just now clear of what happened. As far as the altar goes, they just have a bunch of candles and stuff like that set up. It's a pretty makeshift, personal kind of shrine.
Okay. Well, depending on how long we're here, I'm definitely going to make sure that I copy down the bits from their text that are clearer than the one that I have, and I will, of course, make sure that I have like the most important things from my own written down to give to them. But before I do that, I guess I ask if I may pray, and I basically tell them that I've never been at a temple quite this big, and I would like to simply pray to Malachor for a minute.
Says, yes, you can. Yes, we will join you.
All right. Well, I go over there, and I will take my shield off my back, and I guess I will lean it up against the altar so that my holy symbol is visible, and I will place my sword at its base, and I will get down on a knee like I am praying, and I will consecrate this temple. It is a second level cleric spell. And basically, what it does is it blesses an area with positive energy. It has some things involved with like charisma checks made to turn undead, what I don't really think I need to read. If I am consecrating an area that contains an altar, shrine, or permanent fixture dedicated to my deity, modifiers are doubled. If it contains like an altar or shrine of a power other than my patron, it instead curses the area and cuts off the connection of the associated deity. And it lasts for quite a while. I thought there was something about making it permanent in a place that you were like it was of your deity, but I guess not.
I don't know. All right. All right. So you guys are starting to pray and everything like that, and the little kid is keeps asking Arthur questions, making noise. The mom says, Jimmy, go outside. Go
It's
outside
fine.
and play and stuff like that.
I tell her it's fine. Malachor does not require worship, and these things are definitely not long. It's only a minute or two.
So the kid goes. He goes out the door and stuff like that. He's more than happy to get out of the house and to get away from the praying and stuff like that that's going on. Reclusette is. What are you doing? You're looking.
Yeah, just taking a look around at some of the temple. So I'm not gonna go like into rooms and stuff, but just kind of get an idea of the lay of the land.
Right. There's the back room, like I said, is basically their living area. Has a kitchen and a couple bedrooms and stuff like that. You notice in the back of the temple there is a large, large. It's a small building. Might be some kind of marker or something like that. That's behind the building on the outside. When you're looking through the windows.
What do you mean, like a marker?
It looks like it's definitely man-made and it's stone. It's coming out of the ground and stuff. It looks like some kind of marker.
Like a tomb?
It could be a tomb. It could be just some kind of marker of some writing on it or something like that, just saying what this place is.
And that's outside?
Yes.
It wasn't out front where we could easily
It was
see
off
it.
to the side.
Okay.
I might go check that out. See what it says, just out of curiosity.
All right, so there's no unusual reaction from my consecrating this area, right?
Nope.
Okay. All right. Good. Yeah. Afterwards, I'll stand up and I'll go about my conversation and whatnot with them, and I will inquire as if we could stay the night here if they have the lodgings for them for the rest of my companions, or if not, we will simply stay camp nearby.
She goes, "Oh no, you guys can stay here. Yeah. We can. If it's okay with you, and I don't want to do something bad against the religion, but you guys can sleep here if that is okay.
Oh,
if not, I mean, we can find somewhere else."
I smile a little bit and I say, Malakor's was a very practical god. There's nothing wrong with sleeping in his temple.
Yeah. Right. Okay. What is Zook and Ruth doing? And Alton.
I'm probably just reading my books and just sitting on the ground, maybe. I don't see a whole lot to do, really.
I entertain the lad. Let him put him on my back for a few minutes. Making sure he don't fall, of course. But
Ruth is having fun watching Arthur entertain the lad.
All right. So, guys are all playing around outside and stuff like that. The boy says, "You want to see something cool?"
Cool as in how?
It's pretty cool. Let me show you. He gets off your back, and then he walks over to the behind the large stone pillar that's in the back, and says, "Look at this over here." And he kind of
Listen, lad.
disappears out of sight.
Secret passage, or some such. Unless you're a wizard and haven't told me.
So, Recluse, you're now outside with them, farther away than the rest of the party and stuff like
Going
that.
around the side of the building,
You hear a large crack, and then you hear the boy crying.
Do we hear this inside?
No.
Okay.
Where do we hear it from?
You go investigate.
Well, where is it coming from?
Apparently from the boy who was behind the stone pillar.
Is this a pillar like in the entryway of the place?
It was to the side.
So I walk around and look where the boy went.
There's a large hole now in the ground. Looks like the kid fell down a pit.
Oh, down there.
I think my leg's not moving. You don't see him, even with your.
Just remain still, and I get the rest of the party. I assume they're nearby.
Yeah, I'm in the temple. Did somebody come rushing in to tell his
Yes.
parents? I stand up immediately, from whatever we were doing, and I rush out, asking questions about what happened. And
He said he was going to show me something interesting, and then he disappeared. I assumed that he went down a secret passage. He says his leg might be broken.
as soon as you mentioned this stone marker, I looked at his parents, and as we're rushing out of the temple, I said, "Do you know what this marker is?"
They
We need to help the lad as quickly as possible.
Yeah,
Say-
we're running out.
say the marker's been here since they found the temple. They don't know what it is.
So I guess we rushed to the pillar.
Do you examine the pillar, or do you help the child?
What exactly is on the face of it?
They're in. We must help the child as soon as possible. And I start getting out a rope. Pretty sure I had
That's
rope.
what Ruth had been doing.
That's
Well,
what Ruth did.
Ruth needs
She's
to
gone.
say that stuff.
You're talking.
There were several pauses, like
All right.
So you'll cast light on the end of the rope before you toss it
Eh.
down.
as they're doing that. Like what exactly is on the face of this marker? Like I'm not stopping to read a several paragraph long thing, but describe this for us.
It's a large rectangular stone pillar that's in the back, off to the side of the house. There are some markings on it, but it's in a language that you're not very familiar with.
Very familiar, or not at all.
You'll have to have decipher script.
Well, I'm, seeing that there are symbols there that aren't making any sense. I put that off, and I go, how big is this hole? Like, is it just big enough for one person?
It's probably about 7 feet in diameter.
So Ruth has supposedly lowered down. What's happening with that?
How long is your rope?
Endless.
Endless.
It's
Okay.
the endless spool.
So you're lowering the rope down.
No, I tied it off at the front, and then I'm going down. And I let it a little bit out as I go down.
Okay. All right. So as you go down, it's about a hundred. It's about 100 meters. Well,
Oh, so
100 feet, not 100 meters.
So this is taking a while for her to lower herself down, like several minutes.
It takes a couple minutes, yeah.
Okay, as that's going on, and I'm assuming everybody's kind of crowded around the hole, there's not much for me to do, so I will go back around, and instead of deciphering script, I will use Comprehend Languages, which is a spell that I prepared before we left Bure.
Does that work in written?
You can understand the spoken words of creatures or read otherwise incomprehensible written messages. In either case,
So,
you
yes.
must touch the creature or the writing. Like the ability does not necessarily impart insight into the material, merely its literal meaning. I cast this on myself, and it lasts 10 minutes per level, so quite a while. And I will touch this pillar.
The gist of the message says something to the effect of here lies a follower of Malachor. The damned have now surrounded you.
I guess I pause for a second, and kind of like a chill goes up my spine. I look, over at where they're lowering the rope, and then I look over at his parents. And I say to the rest of the group, I say, something is buried here, something bad. And I turn to his parents and I say, you mentioned that you unearthed things from these grounds. Is this where you got them?
Some of the stuff, yes.
You lowered yourself down this hole.
No. We found it next to the pillar, a little bit away from here, just around the floor and stuff like that. I mean, as much digging as we did, it was just surface soil that we had turned up.
I asked Durian what he read from him touching the thing, or why he got this idea.
It says that there is a follower of Malachor here, but something is wrong with the message. It says something about the damned waiting or being surrounding us. I know not its true meaning, but something buried that far down. It may not be good.
It's a bit of a dark and ominous message to carve upon a pillar.
I yelled down to Ruth. Can Ruth hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I say, Ruth, do you see the child yet?
Do I?
Yep.
Yes.
Do you see anything else?
Does she?
What's she supposed to look for? She's been in a hole while you guys are having this conversation.
Well, I mean, what does she see when she looks around?
She's traveling through a pit tunnel right now.
So it's just
to get to the bottom of the.
Okay. So she doesn't see like a surrounding area. She just sees a tunnel that she's going through.
Well, she sees the boy at the bottom, and
How far
Okay.
down is the pit?
it's 100 feet ish.
Wow.
I looked at his parents. And I said, is there something you have not mentioned? Is there catacombs or any underground passages around here?
We don't think so.
I yell down the whole to Ruth. Be wary, Ruth. There is perhaps something down there that should not be disturbed. Get the child and we will pull you up.
So you've reached the bottom of the pit, Ruth, and the child is there. He's scared. He's fallen in some water. It's about 3 feet deep, but his head's above water and everything. So, but he does have a large rock. It looks like is lodged underneath his on his leg, so he can't move his leg.
It's on his leg?
Yeah.
Can I move the rock?
Yeah, you can try. Just do a strength.
Oops.
You try to move the rock, but it's no use. The boy is bleeding slightly, but nothing profusely. Overall, his leg looks like it's been busted, and he's more scared than anything else.
I yell down the whole. Ruth, what is going on down there? Is he okay?
His leg is trapped. I might not be strong enough.
Is this hole big enough for me to fit down?
Yep.
All right, I
It's
look
about
at the
7 feet. So.
I look to the rest of the group and I say, I believe if I should go down there, if he is hurt, I can heal him.
I can bring
Okay.
him here if you like.
Ruth can heal him too. I just don't want to heal him when his leg is in that position.
You can teleport somebody? I ask Alton.
Benign transposition. Something else will take its place.
Oh, like a rock.
No, it has to be a willing being.
I look at him
Oh.
like that is a terrible idea, and I grab the rope.
Well, I'd rather just levitate it, but it doesn't have 100-foot range.
I unsummon my gear to make sure I am lighter, and I don't have things like bouncing around on me. And I look at his parents and I say, I will make sure he comes out of there. And I look to the rest of the party and I say, we will likely be down there. Just
So what are you wearing now? I mean, in the
my clothes.
In the town, you had the no clothes or all my armor.
No, I
mode.
can basically choose just to have my armor and equipment be basically unsummoned, like put into a dimensional space. But it specifically says you do not have to do that to your clothes. So it's basically just me in a tunic. And my normal clothes and stuff, and I have like my cape on, and that's it. Just no armor, no weapons.
Alton's idea sounds good. You have to have line of effect, right?
Yeah, but that's why the light's down there. It's 100-foot range plus so many levels, 150. It should be easy. It's done.
Can we see him from where we are up here, or would you have to go down the hole?
I don't know. Can I see him from up here?
Yeah, you can see him.
Okay.
there we go.
I summon a monkey.
Oh,
The poor monkey.
And it'll drown. It'll drown.
It doesn't matter. It's only a representation. Benign transposition. The boy comes up here, the monkey's under the rock and probably dead, and that's done.
So I'm like standing at the very edge of the rope, about to lower myself down as he does this, and we see like a monkey.
And the boy goes poof and appears next to you.
We see a monkey just like disappear, and then the boy reappears. I look really confused at Alton, and then I just instead of saying anything, I just go and I tend to the boy.
The parents think that their child that a monkey has turned into their child.
And you hear Ruth sees a monkey, then gets smashed by the rock.
And drowned.
It's
God.
only a fake monkey.
What a horrible person! Like both of the brothers have been terrible this episode, like breaking hearts and monkeys.
Hey, it's a fake monkey. It's okay.
Yeah,
It's a
if you-
celestial monkey. It's
yeah,
not fake.
but if you kill the monkey, it doesn't. You can't actually do anything with it. It just goes back to where it was, and there's nothing actually happens to it.
All right, so
All
Ruth
sun monster
looks
spells
up
work that way.
and calls out, "Do you have him?
And
Or was he turned into a monkey and squashed?"
somebody replied.
The boy is
I'm-
here and
Yes,
fine.
we have him.
Yeah, I'm busy
Boy is here.
curing
I say,
curing
I
light
yelled
wounds on him.
Okay,
So-
haul me up.
Says,
I motioned to Arthur to grab the rope.
so as Ruth is getting pulled up, Ruth hears, "Yes, we have him."
From where?
It seemed to be down the tunnel of the underground tunnel.
Have who?
She talks to the voice in the cornfield.
To the disembodied voice, yes.
There's no answer.
All right, so I heal the kid for 8 points of damage.
He dies.
What?
Oh, great.
8 points of damage?
Yeah,
Eight.
I heal him
Heal.
for 8 points of damage.
Alright.
Does he not die?
I'm just kidding.
If he was an undead, being a boy, he would die from that.
Yes, I know. That's what I feared.
But either way, we figure out if there's something bad going on.
Yeah, that's true.
So like
Let's heal people.
his leg mends as I put my hand on it. Like how have his parents been reacting to this? Like they didn't sound terribly upset.
They're in shock.
Okay. All right. Well, he's all better now, and I stand him up and I move him over to his parents. I'm more focused on him than what's going down in the hole.
The dad tells them, basically goes, shouldn't be playing out here like this and everything. And the mom's upset and crying and everything, but they're relieved that their son is now safe.
Well, I'm kneeling next to him and I'm asking him what was he doing over here.
I was showing my friend here the thing that was on the ground.
What thing?
I stand over Durian as he says this. Yeah.
It was a shiny rock. And the mom says, it's just a black marble kind of rock that was next to the or where the hole is now.
And I look
like-
down at this rock button thing.
It's no longer here. It's
It's
probably
what was
it's probably down in the pit with the.
assuming what it was what trapped him underwater. I tell him he'll be fine. I guess we go to the hole and like wondering where Ruth is.
Has Arthur pulled her up yet?
Yeah.
Okay, she's there.
Ruth,
Way much to be easy.
Ruth, are you okay?
I'm fine. We need some privacy.
We like
Okay.
I say
No,
with a
as
question
in
mark.
the group,
Okay.
away from the people that have been squatting the temple.
I nod like getting your drift, and I stand up and I kind of usher the people back towards the temple. And I say, perhaps you should take your son inside and let him lay down. He is healed, but he should still rest. We will see what this is about.
I offer the man and woman some ale to calm their nerves.
So do they go back inside?
Yeah. They are wanting to get back inside where it's warm and
Yeah.
they can.
I encourage them to do so, and I come back and stand expectantly waiting for Ruth to explain.
All right. So they're out of.
Nothing that complex. There's this disembodied voice down there that said that, and I quote, "Yes, we have him." That was what he said, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't know if they were talking about the boy or not.
Did it say that when I yelled down if you have the boy?
Yes.
Oh.
Durian kind of looks at. I'm assuming like all the parties kind of arrayed somewhat around the hole, like everybody's kind of looking at each other now. I definitely heard the story of like what went on previously right before, with the
succubi?
possessions and stuff, and like I was there for the succubi, so everybody has like the same awful thought.
Everybody has that look.
Do you see anything down in the hole?
No.
Is there anything on the back of this marker? Like, I know there was something on the other side that I read, but is there anything else?
No, it's basically just a copy of what you
Okay.
read before.
Well, I explained to Ruth, since she was down in the hole, when I read it to everybody else, what I had read. And I say, perhaps I should check on the boy, and then we will have to figure out what is going on with this thing. I kind of nudged the obelisk with my toe. Does anybody else have anything to add?
Is there a way you can determine if the boy still has his soul?
Like I literally kind of suck in my breath through my teeth, like with my hands on my hips, and like, I don't know. You all know what I
You
did.
consecrated this place, right?
Yes. It should.
The boy didn't burst into flames going back into the temple, so that's a good sign.
The temple itself should be safe from evil of the undead sort, but it doesn't necessarily mean that anything done to him down there would be repelled. You all know what I did with the succubi. I could attempt to do the same. I could see if there is some sort of mark upon him, not the visible kind, but
Hopefully with better results.
yes.
Yes.
But it is not guaranteed for sure. I guess unless anybody else has anything to add, I go and do that, and I say, perhaps we should go check on him first, and then we will decide what else to do.
Sounds
Arthur
like
has a
fair
shiver
plan.
as he thinks of spirits. The last time we fought spirits, it didn't turn out well, remember? He couldn't hit a darn thing. Collapsed from it.
All right, so I
this
go
about
back
spirits?
into the temple.
Disembodied voices.
What are they doing inside?
The mom is comforting the boy to calm him down, and the dad is just he's upset about what happened, but he's trying to also calm the boy down.
Okay. I will go over to them. Like, I assume there's like a bed they have laid up against one of the back walls or something. Like where?
Yeah.
Okay. I will go over there and I'll kneel down. Like I'm comforting him, and I'll give both of his parents kind of like a a sympathetic look. And I'll ask them how is he doing?
He's doing better. And then Alex, the husband, the dad, says, I told you not to be playing out there around that big pillar. Thing will fall on you or something.
I look at Jimmy and I say, Jimmy, are you okay? Did you notice anything at the bottom of the hole when you were down there?
No, it was dark.
You didn't hear anything.
And then he I heard some voices.
What sort of voices, Jimmy?
Well, Dad says that it's nothing. It's just the wind or the
They
river.
didn't give you anything, or talk to you about anything, or ask you for anything.
No, it's just the voices that I sometimes hear at night.
That's so he's heard these before. I looked at both of his parents.
And the dad says, yeah, he complains about hearing stuff all the time. We never hear anything.
Children are sometimes more perceptive to these things than adults. I say to him, and I say, it is quite possible that your son has been hearing something. I am going to hold out like two of my fingers in the air and kind of trace the symbol of Malachor. And as I do so, I am going to summon Holy Symbol, which basically just summons a holy symbol made out of wood. It's the symbol of my deity. I will, it forms in the air, and I'll catch it in my hand, and I will give it to him to hold on to. And I will, as I am doing so, I want to, I guess I want to detect evil.
All right. So you make your holy symbol first?
Yeah. I make the holy symbol, and then I give it to him, kind of pass it into his hands.
And as soon as the boy holds the holy symbol, he starts to complain about his back hurting.
Well, I pause. Does he let go of the holy symbol or anything, or is he just like complaining about it as he holds it?
He wants to let go of it because he's equating the hurting to holding the symbol.
I raise my eyebrows, and yeah, I definitely do. Let me see here. Instead of detect evil, I'm thinking I want to cast protection from evil instead. I'm just reading it really quick. Anybody else can feel free to speak up as I'm reading this. That's basically going on at the same time.
Can you show us your back?
And then he turns over and he's pointing to his back, but his shirt's up, his shirt's down. So
I lift up the shirt.
Just hold still. Keep holding that symbol.
but it hurts when I hold this thing.
I hold his hand as this is happening. I say it'll be fine.
I lift up his shirt to look. What's on
There seems to be some kind of glyph. Looks like it's an impression from when he fell.
Do I recognize this symbol?
Is your language thingy working still?
Oh yes. Yeah. If I am holding his hand, so I would assume that if I look at it, I can know what it is.
It says Bane.
Oh. I give the others a look and I say he has been marked. Like I have a kind of shiver up my spine as I know that Bane is the one that supposedly killed Malachor. One of the
Just a
lords of.
moment. Let's see if it has any magical effect, and I would like to detect magic upon the glyph. Or I guess in the general direction of the boy that it amounts to.
It has a slight aura.
It being the boy or the glyph?
The glyph.
Okay.
It does seem to emanate a small amount of magic. Do you know anything of this? Arian?
I'm just trying to figure out if protection from evil will actually just get rid of this. I know it didn't get rid of it before because it was an ongoing effect. It just kind of mitigated it temporarily. I'm trying to determine if Durian would know this.
If you believe it's harmful, I can try to dispel it entirely.
Yes. I speak. You know, I turn away from him. I make sure he's still holding the symbol, and I speak kind of in a hushed tone so he can't hear this. I say, "This is the symbol of Bane. He's the Black Lord and the one that supposedly killed Malachor."
That is not a good thing. Okay, I shall attempt to remove it. Okay, I wish to cast Dispel Magic upon the boy. Targeted Dispel, make a spell check, 1d20 plus my caster level. 27. DC for the spell is 11 plus whatever it says, whatever plus what, it's 11 plus whatever level that rune was cast at in the first place.
Okay. Do you have to detect magic? How do you know if it worked or not?
This
I guess
It's a
we would
spell.
we would have to assume that the mark would disappear.
it just says if you're successful, the spell is dispelled. If you fail, the spell remains in effect.
So if the mark on his back is like a reaction from the spell, I guess it would probably disappear and he would stop complaining about his back.
The
But
aura would probably go away too.
Detect
Yeah,
magic
maybe.
should still be running too, because as long as I maintain it, it
So-
stays for like 10 minutes or so.
Okay. So you do that, and the glyph disappears, and the boy is no longer complaining about his back being hurting when he's holding the holy symbol.
Ah, good.
well done, Elf.
I do not know what effect it may have had, but it seems to have been removed.
Yeah, I guess he is. Is he looking obviously relieved?
He's no longer being hurt.
Okay. We put his shirt back down and put him back in the bed, and I tell his parents to keep the holy symbol with him. And I asked them, how long has he been saying that he has been hearing these voices?
Well, I mean, since we've been here, I mean, he was born here, and he says he hears things on occasion, but like we said, we never hear anything, so we just thought it was, little kids, thinking monsters are in their closet, this kind of thing.
Well, I can assure you that is not the case.
While the young are often easily impressionable, they also sometimes see things which the older people do not.
Did she say that he had been born here?
Yep.
Okay, yeah. Especially if he was born here, he may have some link to this site. Keep him here. Let him get some rest, and definitely keep a watchful eye upon him. My friends and I will see what is going on.
He should be particularly safe in the area consecrated.
Yes, he should be safe here.
What's the radius of consecration?
It's 20 foot.
Oh, so not terribly high.
Yeah, but it should basically cover the the temple itself.
I go over to Alex, father, and I ask, just out of curiosity, how many followers of Malachor come to this temple periodically? The innkeeper back at Beret mentioned that there was a group of you.
Technically didn't, but
What?
the innkeeper didn't say anything about Malachor.
It was
the person at the cells. Or
the
cellar
shop.
shops.
Yeah. It says they mostly come from Bure. Just 10, 20 people, off and on. The temple is more of just sort of a private shrine that they open to the public kind of thing. So they have people come in, do their worshiping, and then leave to go back to the city or where else they came from. And so the number of worshipers that come in can't really be counted very easily. But they have a normal following of maybe 20.
Okay.
Just curious. I step over to Durian to bring him over so I can talk quietly to him.
All right. I come over.
I mentioned, yes, this is very disturbing that this Bane character who killed your god, these other followers would probably want to take their vengeance out on him and possibly venture into the hole that we just discovered.
Are you suggesting that we try to summon these other followers to aid us with?
Oh, I doubt they're as equipped as we are.
Yes, I was about to say it. It is surprising to me that there are so many who even make the journey here. I one, doubt their dedication, but two, perhaps you do not understand the power of Bane. He is the Lord of Darkness, known as the Black Hand. He is Lord of hatred, tyranny, and fear. He is one of the most powerful of the dark gods. I would not feel comfortable drawing in the uninitiated.
Well, you don't think that you can battle his minions if they're around? If they are so powerful, they probably would have escaped from such a desecrated area.
Well, it is 100 feet beneath the surface. Who knows how long it has been down there? If this was truly a follower of Malachor who was buried, he may have been buried centuries ago. I think we need to explore this ourselves.
Yeah, I agree.
Centuries is a long time to know at one's will or any magical protections therein.
There is something of an issue with we do not know exactly what it is like down there. It could be a simple room, or more.
Only one way to find out.
Arthur, are you willing to use that cape of yours again? It looks like you will have to.
Yes, if it is necessary.
Perhaps you should stay up top and only come down if we call for you. I would definitely like to be first down. And we should choose our numbers carefully.
So, watch over the entrance here. Keep an eye on the front door.
Yes, that would be an excellent idea. I doubt that they could come to any harm, but we should be sure. I'd like to, I guess I'll say to the rest of the group, like, perhaps take a moment to prepare yourselves, get what supplies you need from the cart. Do you? I turn to the two parents and I say, do you have any torches or the like that we could use? I doubt we would need them, but it never hurts to be prepared.
I give one of you my potion of protection from chaos.
Hoping that it may come in handy.
Nod.
Was he the Bane a chaotic evil god?
Lawful evil.
Bummer.
You never know what could be down there, though.
True.
I nod to Arthur, like, it doesn't hurt to be prepared.
I had that
as
for like the first adventure we did.
as everybody is getting prepared, I'd like to just look. I have not checked out the back room of this temple where they were initially working when I came in, and I think there was there like an outbuilding that was mentioned as well?
I looked. Yeah, the pillar thing.
No, but there was a room inside the temple where Jimmy and Alex were at the beginning that I don't think anybody ever went into.
I went into there when you were doing your prayer.
Oh. What was in there?
Not much, just an area where there was other rooms, and then I looked through the windows in there, and I saw that pillar off to the side.
Okay. Right, other rooms in quotes.
Yes. So there are closed doors back behind there.
Like just bedrooms or a library?
Yes, that would be my assumption.
Okay. Well, if you don't know what's in the rooms, I'd still go back there.
Okay.
Do I find anything of note back there, Bunko? Like, I'm specifically looking for anything that may lead down to a basement.
No, it's just some bedrooms, kitchen, stuff like that. It just looks like a normal living area.
Right, I'm satisfied that this place is pretty secure, and I will tell Alex. Perhaps you should. I noticed that you have bars upon the windows. This is a good precaution. Perhaps you should bar the door as well after we leave. I cannot tell you what we will find. But with your family here, it would not hurt to be safe. How does he respond?
Yeah. Whatever I need to do to help. Yeah.
All right. So we go around to the pillar, assuming nobody has anything they'd like to do.
Is the rope still tied off there? Did Ruth leave it tied up?
No.
The
No, I
rope is
got
still
cut.
glowing, though.
No, it got cut, so it disappeared.
Oh, okay.
I didn't want to be attached to the pillar.
Oh, it wasn't an actual rope.
We're talking, all of a sudden, she gets sucked down. Probably a good idea.
So if it wasn't attached to the pillar, what was it attached to?
It
No,
was, but I didn't want to remain attached to it.
Okay.
So I have to do it again.
Ruth, will you please? You seem to have had good luck last time.
Okay, we'll tie up the pillar, and I guess I'll drop down first.
I will follow shortly after her.
Guess her used rope ability is so good she didn't even have to roll it.
Yeah, that was really why I was mentioning it. Not to make Ruth go first, but to have her tie it off.
What use rope ability?
You have the infinite rope, but don't have use rope as a skill.
God.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Who
Oh,
in the
wait,
party
so that
does?
was- I have used rope.
Yeah.
Yes,
Not
she was
terribly
not
high,
for
if I
it.
remember. 7. That's not too bad.
It's better than a 1.
True.
Alton sees the 100-foot drop and decides that it's a good time to use that Featherfall scroll he's been having for some time.
There we go. A 4.
So I test this rope. Is there like a table or something for this
What?
to determine what holds?
Under use rope, I think, in the
The
book.
knots under the use rope skill. I don't think 11 is very good.
No, probably not.
We'll find out. Ruth will go down first.
Use rope.
All right.
10 is tie a firm knot.
Oh, that's good.
15 is splice 2 ropes together.
All right. Well, Ruth goes down, and I'll come down behind her. We'll yell up if there's any trouble, or if it is clear.
I shall be listening.
For the record, I have mage armored myself.
I see him doing this, and so I will use my wand to do that as well.
Does that actually improve your armor class?
Yeah, why wouldn't it?
What's your normal armor?
I think it's shield, isn't it?
No, mage armor is actual armor bonus. The actual shield spell is shield bonus. But the shield spell only lasts 1 minute to level, and mage armor is an hour level.
That's a good idea, though. I should probably cast Bark Skin once I get to the bottom.
Oh, so it would overlap and not be any better. Been doing that wrong. I thought it was something I didn't have. Alrighty, so I don't. I got it and roll it.
And
Alright.
Alton gently floats down.
I thought it added 4 to your armor bonus.
No,
Am I
well,
reading that wrong?
it adds 4 armor, but armor is the same bonus your leather armor gives, and bonuses don't stack in D&D 3.5.
It's actually a chain that I wear. Mithril chain.
Well, whatever armor.
Alright.
Multiple armor bonuses don't stack, you just get the higher.
All right, I see Ruth down there.
Shield of Faith would work though, right?
Yes, because that's deflection, I think.
Alright, so Ruth got down, Alton floated down.
I climbed down after Ruth.
Okay.
You change my token. I don't
You have
token
climb?
anymore.
I do.
Do you have your armor on?
No.
Alright. Do a climb check.
I just had a picture of Durian tossing all his armor off. But
Alton
you have a
chooses-
ring, don't you? Yeah.
Say, Alton chooses not to stand at the bottom of the rope.
19.
Dead monkey.
The monkey isn't even there anymore. If it's ever destroyed, it just goes back to its home plane as if nothing happened. That's why all the summon spells work. If it's not a calling spell, like call planar ally, it works that way.
Oh, you're no fun.
There's the dead monkey.
So I take it I make it down with a 19.
Halfway down, you feel the rope kind of slip.
Slip at the top.
It's feel like it's not very secure.
I let go somewhat to make myself go faster. And I yell up at the top. I say, "The rope is unstable."
Oh. Is it not given way?
It's starting to slip out.
The check was enough to tie firm knot, though.
For a couple people.
So, you get down to the bottom. Fine.
Okay.
Reclusette will retie the rope.
I glare up the hole, just like silently.
I double my efforts on it and really, really tie it. Did you read what I said there? Can I change out?
Yep.
Since
Yeah.
I read that wrong. Same cost and everything, because it's the same level spell.
Yep. All right. Okay, so then you retie the rope. Do a climb check.
Let's see your climb. Oh, this is going to be fun.
Does she get a modifier for not, I guess there's just a negative modifier for heavy equipment. Never mind.
So you get halfway down and you start to slip. Your hand on the rope starts to slip out. Do a reflex.
Okay, that's pretty high. How's that?
All right. Managed to grapple the rope and then continue your way down. Almost at the bottom, again, it slips out of your hands. Do another reflex. All right. You have successfully got to the bottom.
This is a fairly perilous climb, it seems.
Juan's upstairs, right?
Yeah.
I left him guarding the horses.
Whatchamacallit.
All right. So Zook is next.
I should have been down a long time ago.
When did you go down?
Right after Reclusette.
Well, he just came down.
Okay, well,
So,
I did a roll and no one said it was good or bad, so I'll do another one if you need me to.
That's a climb check.
He rolled
Ah, it's a climb, not a use rope. That was what the problem was.
Is it the same number or different?
It's one less.
Ooh, so 13.
So I made a 13 on my climb check.
I just rolled it again.
Get a 1 this time.
Okay.
All right. You start down and slips out of your hands. Do a reflex.
As we hear yet another person tumbling down the shaft, I look at Alton and I say, perhaps we should have seen if there was anything to this cave before calling everyone down.
All right.
Perhaps so.
You grab the rope, but then it slips again. So do another reflex.
Climbing is so stupid in this game.
Take that.
You've reached the bottom.
Perhaps we should invest in a rope ladder.
I was really getting to the point of ready to use Featherfall.
All right,
Technically,
so
if we took the time to actually knot the rope, it's only DC 5 then.
You'll have to look into some sort of rope ladder next time we are in town.
so everybody's down. That's coming down, right?
Yes.
All right. So, you see, you're in a little cavern, which has a branch that comes off of it, and then there is a large amount of rubble that is has fallen and blocking the path.
I draw my sword, using it to light the path ahead, and I say perhaps it is best I go first, since we do not have Arthur here. And for some reason, the vision layer is not up. They're sort of updating.
Go snap to grid.
I will cast Light of Venya on myself. So
Right,
I
so
emanate and glow for 30 feet.
I can't see past this rubble.
Yeah, that's the point.
Okay.
Aha. So I have to move the
Right,
rope
so-
out of the way.
I'm going to examine the tunnel here, like where this rubble came from, and if there's anything of note.
It looks like it fell from the ceiling.
I immediately step out of the rubble.
That's the point where you look up. Yes.
Up, it looks like there's a bunch of weakened rocks that have fallen and everything. The rubble, though, it appears to be from the ceiling, but it seems to be placed as more like bricks would be.
To block.
So it looks like somebody actually blocked it off.
So, like, this rubble fell down, and then somebody used it.
Yeah.
Huh. And there's basically a wall of it made to our left.
Yes.
Alrighty. I think Arthur will make it faster to get through this.
Yes, perhaps one of you should go to the rope and call for Arthur. I'll see about taking this wall down.
Ruth will call up for him.
Hold down there.
Let's have a look at how well made is the wall.
Does thou needeth my assistance?
Yep,
Are
we
we
need your
talking-
brawny self down here.
Placed rocks? Or are we talking like brick and mortar?
So I
Placed.
transform using my cape of the Viper to snake mode and twist my way down the rope.
As he's doing that, I roll a 13 on trying to bash this thing down with my shield.
Is some rocks fall, but it's pretty solid still.
I'll continue at it until Arthur shows up. This looks fairly substantial.
So how is Arthur getting down? He's turning
I
into a snake.
turned into a snake and twist my way down the rope.
All right.
When I'm on the bottom,
And
I
he landed
switch-
on Ruth.
let's
Oh,
switch back
God.
into our mode.
Pancake.
It's Ruth cake.
All right.
There you are, Arthur. If,
I hear you have need of my assistance.
Yes, be a little wary here. It seems this area of the cavern is not entirely stable, but it looks as though somebody has attempted to wall off this area. Very, very sturdily, I might add, for just placing it upon itself. I'll step back and allow him to move up towards it. Have we heard anything down here, by the way?
Not yet. You haven't done any listen checks either.
I guess as you know, I'm waiting for Arthur to go take his place. I'll roll a listen check since I'm thinking of it.
All right.
I look at this stone wall and I attempt to figure out the best place to kick at it.
Nope, I just hear hooves.
All right. It seems to be actually weakest on the top part of the wall versus the base.
Alright, so I grip the top and rip toward me.
I definitely step back.
I guess that'd be strength check TM.
Yeah.
22.
Okay. A lot of the rocks start to fall. You're being careful of rocks not falling on your head or whatnot. Probably.
No, I just grabbed the top of the wall and pulled it toward me.
Alright. So you start to take down the wall.
Everybody else is listening to the sound of rocks falling.
Yeah. I'm holding my longsword up over Arthur to give him some extra light.
Not that Arthur
So,
needs it.
what effect have I had on this wall?
It's almost down.
What's behind the wall? A door or a passage or a pathway?
It looks like it's another pathway.
There's 27 for another strength check.
Alright. The wall is now down.
So Arthur sheens in sweats and sticky from dust, probably. I believe I have cleared it.
Pat him on the brow. Well done, Arthur. Good job.
Yeah, I come around and walk beside him.
Oh God.
Oh,
I look around.
who all heard that? Did all characters hear that?
Yep.
What was that
Arthur
again?
looks slightly disturbed.
Well done. It was
That
the guy in the
didn't
cornfield. Was
sound
well
like-
done.
In front of me? Arthur looked confused. Did you all?
We
Say
require
something.
some vision
Arthur,
blocking
I would-
layers removed.
Yeah.
Well, somebody was congratulatory of your efforts, at least.
Arthur gets this disturbed looking look on his face. I hope
I see.
there aren't more spirits, slight tremble of Bank.
I think we're much more prepared to deal with spirits this time around, as many of us have magical weapons.
Who
Arthur
doesn't
had a
have
magical weapon before,
So
and it didn't help
can-
him much.
Can we see anything now?
Nope. Second.
Okay, Ruth will detach the spool from her pack and belt and leave it in the corner over here.
Alright. Do listen checks.
I spy skeletons with my fine eye.
Yep.
Right, so immediately upon seeing skeletons over there, I warn the party. I say,
Oh
we have.
man, I can't hear anything but these rocks. Jesus.
I see movement in the shadows. Ready yourselves.
Do we see walking skeletons or sitting skeletons?
Now, how did Durian see that?
That's because I had the wrong light on.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
That's why I said movement in the shadows. I didn't say I see skeletons.
Well, did anybody hear movement? That would be the only way we really could go.
Clue
with
set,
that.
maybe.
Oh, if you be living, I suggest you show yourselves.
You hear some rattling.
That sounds not living, Arthur.
No, it does not. Already my lance and my shield.
Enter.
Which direction do we hear? Actually, I hear nothing. I just hear Durian talking to me, and I'm like, "What do you hear, Durian?" I hear nothing. I rolled 1, by the way. 1 + 2 = 3. So,
Alright, everybody do initiative.
Dustin is here.
initiatizing.
Is
My
there
initiative
we go.
is a whopping 1.
I got 22. The person who hears nothing is the one who has the highest initiative.
Tato needs removed from initiative.
Alright. One second. Okay. Alright. Number.
You cast some sort of light spell on us, right, Alton?
I am emanating light at a 30-foot radius.
Okay.
Technically, I'm glowing in like a golden radiance.
Alright. So, two. Looks like skeletons are starting to move towards you.
because Arthur can see them.
Skeletons, come!
These skeletons look rather big.
They do.
Like
As
how
in
big is big?
Big for a medium-sized creature, or are they really large?
Around the same level as you guys.
So they're normal-sized skeletons.
Yeah, they're normal size, but they look about as tough as you guys.
Okay.
What he's saying is it's the skeleton of Arnold Schwarzenegger. Like it's a normal sized skeleton,
Yeah.
but it's bigger.
Particularly since for a skeleton to be as tough as us, it has to be like, well, no, not a skeleton. A zombie would be like double our actual hit dice.
Anyway, Cloud, be quiet. Alright. They've had their move, right? So it's my turn. Or...
Give
Yeah.
Arthur's turn.
Okay. Battle leaders charge this closest one. I think it's 10 feet. Yeah. You showed red. Yeah, it's 10 feet. I have battle leaders charge the warrior skeleton one with my lance. Good stars, I look at this. Oh. 30.
Alright. You hit.
Deal. Actually, that'll be. It's actually plus 20. That's not the right calculation. Because I have. It's going to be 66 damage.
Alright.
I didn't add in the triple damage for charge. So I added what would basically be the difference. Yeah. 66 damage. Warrior Skeleton 1. Have at thee! Was he exploded to me in giblets / bone fragments?
Skeleton 1 with 66.
66 damage. Piercing. He might resist it. I don't know. Being as he's a skeleton, he might be resistant unless you.
Alright. He is badly wounded, but is still up.
Okay. Next person.
All right.
Arthur is surprised that the skeleton did not just die, but
So since I can
these are tough ones.
dimly see that thing, and
As I like have my lance stuck halfway through it and going and it's going rattle rattle shake shake at me.
and I hear Arthur flailing about up there, I sheathe my long sword and I pull out my silver mace, which is something that I have not used before, and I will run to aid him. What is the movement penalty for moving over rubble like this?
Half
And-
speed for each.
Were you able to charge from that?
I was sitting on the edge of it.
His speed is so high, it doesn't really matter.
Well, you're going to be without backup for a while, because if it's half speed, I can only move 10. I'm not even going to be able to clear the rubble. So yeah, I moved to there, pull out my mace as I wade through all this shit, and
My stance is absolute steel stance. As a side note, it's pretty much my default stance whenever I enter combat battle. But
yeah, and as I do that, I enter Iron Guard's Glare, which is a stance. Any enemy that I threaten gets a -4 attack penalty to anybody but me. I'm not threatening anybody right now. Well, I don't know if that counts melee or spells. We'll just say it's not counting right now. But yeah, that's my turn.
Alright, so now it's Skeleton Null. And Skeleton 4. Alright, Zoot.
Oh, my my spell's description has vanished. I'm trying to figure out what in the world the right one is at the moment. Did not expect to lose those links we lost earlier.
I yelled to Arthur to perhaps step back a few paces.
Foster McLeod, can you look up Sound Lance for me in your nice little thing, or is that not something you can do quickly anymore?
Also, if their DR is
Soundlance. On
if it is
Therathem
bypassed
RPG
by
right
good, I also bypass that.
Thank you.
Thanks.
My link was in the other one.
What was that?
If they have DR, if its resistance type is good, it bypasses that thing. Because I have Ring of Brief Blessing, but weapon is determined as magic and good if aligned for a purpose of fighting evil or incorporeal creatures. Just saying.
Alright.
Assuming these are evil skeletons, but
They're good.
oh my god, good skeletons. Word.
No. Alright.
So,
Suzuki.
I'll cast Sound Lance on, I guess, Skeleton 1. That is the one that Arthur attacked, right?
Yes.
Okay. That would be 12 points of damage to Skeleton 1. Saving throw is Fortitude for half. That would make it.
So that made it so it's 6.
It's only 6, yep.
Alright. He's hit again, and it's looking pretty bad. Set.
And I'll move to there.
Did you take into account the half movement over the rubble?
Ah, sorry, no.
Might want to snap to grid. So
Yeah, you snap the grid on this and you get caught in the walls.
That's why I undid it.
okay, I will move to there, and I will use my Wand of Shield of Faith now. So I'm gonna roll on that, and I am done with my turn. So you can start going. Oh, did I learn anything from my knowledge devotion check with 15?
Are you able to cast divine spells from a wand?
Yeah, I can cast any spell from the wand.
Yeah.
You have to roll a use
magic-
wand.
Use wand.
There's a use magic device check involved. Other than that, you can
Yep.
do whatever you want with it. Any
Cool.
wand.
Alright.
Might have just barely got it.
Yep. Alright, so you cast it. For your knowledge, these just look like these are skeleton warriors. They have a damage deduction to blunt. They're also immune to cold and electricity.
A damage reduction to blunt, isn't it?
That means
other way
blood
around?
bypasses their reduction. Everything
Okay.
else has a resistance.
Okay.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say. Yeah, I thought that was what it meant too, Star. I was like, well, I guess you can put that mace away.
Alright. So.
Now, let me correct myself real quick. I would have done 11 less damage. I was using the wrong calculation.
Yeah, no, I
Go.
removed it.
Okay.
Okay. Alton.
Okay. From what I can see 2 skeletons. So I'm gonna step forward. That's 10, 20, and I have to stop there. I want to share a space with Zook. I can do that. Excuse me, Zook. Visitor and snap off. And I'm going to, let me check the distance. That's too far. There's a number of them there. I'm going to fireball. Probably blast radius on fireball is 20 feet, I think. Foot spread. Okay, so 1, 2. Right on top of him looks good. Yep.
Alright.
The one in the back.
Yep. Alright.
So I'm going to do 9d6 of that, and I'm going to use the Burning Veil to add another 1d6, I believe. Yep, for 10d6 damage. 10d6 fireball is 36 reflex for half. Reflex DC is like 19.
Reflex of 19.
Reflex of 19 for 1/2.
Alright, so everybody failed. 36, so
36 fire, yes. And then I'll be done.
Arthur feels his hairs burn a tiny bit as a searing ball of fire goes streaking past.
Actually, it's a tiny little like marble-sized ball of flame that goes whoosh across next to your head, and impacts the backward skeleton and erupts in a giant ball of flame.
So Arthur just saw this little thing go whoosh past his head, and then Arthur's a bit surprised.
Not as surprised as if you saw the giant ball of fire next to your head.
So one died?
yep, well, 2 died.
They must be of varying levels.
Interesting.
And Ruth will cast Produce Flame. She's done.
Okay.
Warrior Skeleton 3. These foul skeletons shall fall before our might. And a bit of wizardry to go with it, I suppose.
Indeed, Arthur.
That's part of our might.
Have at thee, foul skeleton. Take your best shot, you foul, evil minion of darkness. Ah, I spit upon thy attempts.
But it's fun if you rolled a 20.
Arthur?
I'll take a 5-foot step back. And I stab him in the face with my lance. With Bone Crusher. Plus 14. I roll a 1. Shit.
Whoops.
We're doing. How are we doing that again?
Reflex.
Reflex, yeah.
16.
Alright. Keep your weapon.
All right. Next.
Durian.
My lance has become slippery with mine sweats. It also goes.
All right, I step up behind Arthur, and I will cast spiritual weapon on the other side of him.
So this. What does your spiritual weapon look like?
Is
Is it
a
a sword?
glowing longsword.
Ah,
Arthur looks at this like, whoa. next to
And
him.
yeah, it starts attacking Warrior Skeleton 2.
In the same round.
Yeah,
Really?
it specifically says it gets an attack the round it is summoned.
Nice.
It's not going to be very high damage or anything if it hits.
Especially with the DR.
Well, it's force damage, so it overcomes damage reduction.
Oh,
Does a 14 hit?
On number 2, no.
Okay, so it just swings and misses, leaving kind of a blue trail in its wake. Yeah, pretty much. You may or may not hear a lightsaber hum. I don't know. That's up to you. And I think that is it. Yeah. I step up and I say, Arthur, I have your back.
Well
And
met,
my turn.
Durian. We shall vanquish these foul demons and their skeletal dripping messes. Guess I'm using paper on this.
Does your sword have...
doesn't say.
I am trying to read that right now.
is it provoke attack of opportunity with Arthur for moving through there? Especially moving that way.
I do have 10-foot reach, so yeah. Well, but I can't attack him if he's next to me.
Huh?
How did he move? He moved through
He
this square?
basically moved through that, his friend.
Well, I get to kick you in the face then.
A spiritual weapon cannot be harmed by physical attacks, but Dispel Magic, Disintegrate, and Sphere of Annihilation or Rod of Cancellation affects it. It doesn't say anywhere here that it it says it has a size tiny, so I don't know if it takes up a space or not. I have no idea if enemies can move through that.
Well, if it has an attack of opportunity is what we're wanting to know.
I don't think it does.
I don't believe it does.
Yeah, I'm reading through it again, and I don't think so. Yeah, it doesn't mention anything, so I would assume not.
17 on Arthur.
Yeah, okay.
Alright.
Its foul mace clanks against my shield, and I go, I shall spit upon thy grave. Foul.
Foul.
Birds appear
I
everywhere.
said foul being, but I guess it
we
didn't.
could have
have
had evil
but-
chicken skeletons that were giant. They would be foul dripping.
Zoot.
I will begin my Inspire Courage and move another 10 feet. So everyone now gets their +1s.
Everyone
does
feels
the
braver.
What does thy bravery song sound like?
Wait a minute, I think it's actually a +2 now. Hang on. Yeah, it is +2. Because of my Song of the Heart, it's +2.
I'll move there and draw my baton. And I am done.
All right.
Getty 3.
Alton.
Didn't-
Alton will
Oh, I thought Ruth moved. Right, sorry.
1. Okay, that's 10, 15, 20. Stop
Ted jumped off
there.
of you.
Fiery burst. It is okay. I'm gonna assume that the spiritual sword can't take damage. I'm gonna fiery burst right on top of it. Actually, no. On this kind of hex, it doesn't hit that. It's
It only mentions Dispel Magic, Disintegrate, Sphere of Annihilation, or Rod of Cancellation, so I don't think it can be damaged by magic.
yeah, I did it right there. I think I only
Alright.
get those 3 hexes though. I don't hit the. I hit the. I think I hit Skeletal Warrior 4, but not 2. I think.
So like the Flaming Sword is now even more flaming for a brief second.
Yep, big burst of flame as I cast out my hand.
Arthur witnesses another burst of fire appear before him.
You've seen lots of these, right?
Within arm's reach.
At least
His fur / sweat is instantly blast dried.
It makes him get that that glorious sheen.
Half.
Actually, no,
7.
that's not enough.
Oh yeah. He's on a higher level now.
The
Never mind.
DC for my fiery burst is 22. 14 fire.
14 fire damage.
Did you add your +2?
It's magical damage. I don't think a +2 applies.
Never mind. I'm sorry. You're right.
Alright. He's burned up. Ruth.
And I'll throw some flames at Warrior Skeleton 2 from here.
Is it like a line of fire, like a flamethrower?
No, I just throw a gob of fire from my hand
Oh, okay.
at him. So
Fire
16 on a
gob.
touch attack.
That was a touch attack.
Yep, touch.
Range touch. Nice little spell.
Way things are going, I'm going to run out of targets before I run out of fire.
Oh yeah.
Miss.
Miss on a touch. Okay.
Yeah.
It's a high touch AC.
And that's it for me.
So it looks like Warrior Skeleton 3's turn.
That's your attack of opportunity.
He already took his this round.
Oh, that's right. You already did it. Nobody else has range.
Nope.
.26 on Arthur.
That's a hit.
Nope. You have +2 AC because you were standing adjacent to me.
Ooh, nice.
My AC would still be 26 though.
I thought you had
Good.
26 AC.
26 if I move more than 10 feet in a round. I only move 5, so it actually is 24.
Damn it.
So now it's a hit.
.8 damage.
Okay. Ah! Foul! Skeleton of vile evil. What do you hit me with? His like hand, or does he have mace like he does in the picture?
We'll say a mace.
So my flank has been beaten on a little bit.
Foul, yeah.
We are up to 7 fouls.
You got a foul counter going.
Yeah.
Bet they're not like raven skeletons or something.
They should have been Kenku skeletons. They could be
Yeah,
foul.
Kenku. Then they would be foul fouls.
Miss. Arthur.
Those are some crappy rolls by them.
I will drop my lance and quick draw my longsword. And I will execute a mountain hammer attack on warrior skeleton 2. .34 threatens critical.
Hit.
If they sustain criticals, I don't know if they do or not.
No, critical.
Okay. Slash roll. 2d6 plus 8. Plus. Yes. And that bypasses damage reduction. So, 23 damage to Warrior Skeleton 2. I jab my sword into its rib cage and rip upwards.
He is hanging on for dead life.
Thy vile god smiles upon thee, for thy is still alive after such a strike. Durin, finish this fool.
They're in.
I am attempting to figure out how I can finish this fool. Being he is on the other side of a rather large
You have a
horse.
spiritual weapon sitting right next to it.
Yeah. I guess I'll make my attack with the spiritual weapon first and see if that does the trick. On that party buff, does that affect like all allies within the vicinity?
Yeah.
I don't know that my sword counts as an ally though.
I think it does. It has to be a player color character to be an ally, I believe.
Well, it can affect NPCs, can it? I don't think the sword counts. Regardless, I am attacking with the sword. Not very high attack. Uh, 18.
Miss.
God damn it.
Jeez.
I can move through an occupied square of a friendly, right?
Yes.
Yes, you just can't. Can't stop there.
All right. Well, I will stop over there. And let's see if I can actually. God, he's so close to death. It's just these two skeletons we see, correct? Like we haven't seen any that have fled off into the darkness or something.
Yep.
And are we getting a +1 or a +2 party wide?
+2.
Okay, cool.
I should have added that to my flame attack, dang it.
What's the range on that? Zook.
20.
Miss.
Oh, God. Yeah, I curse under my breath and I hold my shield up.
Zook's turn.
Okay. I'm
And
going
what's the
to
range
cast
on your thing?
and stop singing and cast. Oh, you get plenty of +2 time. Don't worry about that.
Okay.
Yeah, it lasts. I think. What was it? Rounds per my level. It's like 7 or 8 rounds at least.
All right. Cool.
Okay, I'm gonna cast Sound Burst, which is a 10-foot radius. So I'll count it. Count it there. That should hit both skeletons.
That's Fortitude.
It's a Fortitude save to avoid being stunned for 1 round. So I'll only do 5 points of damage to each, but they're stunned unless they make their Fortitude save. Which
These
last
are
time I
immune
missed.
to stuns.
Which last time I didn't take into account my cloak, so it's 18, not 17, to make the save. Poof. So not much damage, but the stunned is useful. He is stunned.
I think they're immune to stun.
I think they are too.
Well, maybe they are. Can they? Well, first of all, I guess I didn't even ask. Skeletons can hear, right?
Normally, I think so. But
Yeah.
undead should be immune to basically
It
anything that
specifically
allows,
states in the spell creatures that cannot hear are not stunned but are still damaged. So if they, as long as they can
but is
hear,
it a
they should be
fortitude
stunned.
save?
It is a Fortitude save.
Undead in general are immune to most things that allow fort saves,
Okay, whatever.
because they don't have Constitution scores.
Oh,
I'll leave
well,
that up to Bunko then.
Yeah. Yeah, they have normal undead traits.
Okay, so no stun. Oh well.
Yeah.
Mental note: I cannot stun the undead.
Well, he killed one. It's not all lost. Recluse.
Oh yeah, I should move my 10 feet.
I will move to there and attack that guy. Number 3. Probably missed. And I am done.
All right.
Actually, it was a 19.
I missed on a 20.
Yeah, but you were attacking the other one.
Yeah, a different one could be different. Oh, you know, this you have a lot there.
I know.
I'll
I
take
get to
it.
take 4 turns.
Getting more tries with that club attack.
Alton.
We got 1 left.
Yes.
I will walk. Okay, I can't fireball that safely, so I'll walk here, and I will try my famous magic missile wand of fail. I stretch it forth before me and cast it for. Oh, it does 4. It's not too bad. 4 damage, and I'm done.
What is it?
Magic missile, so it's just straight magic damage. Technically, I think it's force, but that's not making a difference, I don't think. So 4 damage and 1 charge used.
Ruth.
I've got a question for the DM here. All right, I've cast Produce Flame, and so I've got flames in my hands. That's normally a touch attack. Now, if I want to, say, hit somebody with my bare hands, could I discharge the Produce Flame on a normal attack?
Yeah. I'll just call it imbuing your hands with fire.
I might do that later. I won't this time, though. $17 touch attack.
Hit.
$7 damage. And then Ruth will walk up, and that'll be the end of her turn.
Where's Ruth off to?
There. She's done.
Who's the thing attacking?
You.
Oh, poop. He missed. He missed.
All right. Arthur.
Arthur!
To
Oh,
here. There we go. And I will just do a full attack on Warrior Skeleton 3.
It's clobbering time.
That's a sword attack. 21. 2 hooves. At 26 and 10. Drop my hooves somehow. 21, 26. Danko.
21, 26 attack, 26 hits.
Like that's a hoof. That's a blunt attack. Seven damage from the hoof. That's it. Also, take a quick action to, or swift action to refresh my maneuvers as part of my attack. So,
Alright, well, I will raise my shield and step closer. Jesus, wow, this thing does not move very quickly. And the sword will do the same. Should be noted that no flanking is gained from the spiritual weapon.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think they're immune to flanking too, undead.
Are they? I thought they were just immune to critical hits.
No.
They're not immune to flanking, but they can't be affected by critical hits. The sneak attacks don't actually do extra damage. But you still get the extra to hit bonus.
Oh, okay.
Alright, so spiritual weapon attacks. Not gonna do it. I will raise my silver mace, and as I strike at it, I will use leading the attack. Leading the attack basically means if I am successful with my melee attack, all allies gain a +4 morale bonus to attack rolls for 1 round against the creature that I hit.
And don't forget your +2s from my song that is still in effect.
Thank you.
That's to attack and to damage.
Alright.
Really need like an icon that this is +2 or whatever that pops up.
Can make one.
Uh, 18.
Miss.
Alright, I swing at him, and I heft my shield up in front of me again. And that's the end of my turn.
Zoop.
Quick question: can I stand in the same place the spiritual weapon is at? Since it is your
Well, you said it's tiny.
Yes.
Yeah, you can.
so I can stand there. Okay.
It's basically like waving around over your head.
Exactly, which is the only reason I even offered to do it. Okay, I'm going to move into attack range. And I will attack my Crystal Echo Blade. Didn't you say that we get a plus something from someone else's attack? +2,
only
+1?
only if I hit.
Only if they want to hit.
Huh? Oh, only if
You
you hit?
missed.
Oh, because
Yeah.
you missed. Okay. Okay. Sure, I'm not forgetting anything else then. That's a miss.
Yep.
It was a decent roll for once. Okay, I'm done.
This is so funny. We have this thing pinned into a corner,
We
and
can't
like
hit it.
we can't hit it for shit.
I think I
Those
got
nimble
it.
little
Oh.
You
things.
guys obliterated everybody else real quick. But, yep.
Nice. You kneecap it.
For 7 points. I kneecap it with my baton.
That includes my +2 recluse?
Yep. You get +1
Dang.
for strength and +2 for your thing.
Just making sure.
Oh wait. No,
When I see them super low, I mention it.
Might be one more. Hold on a second. Yep, one more. So it's actually an 8.
All right. Alton.
Okay, I will. Being as it's entirely tightly packed, I should go with my glorious magic missile once again.
Go for the eyes.
A whole 2 damage.
That's what we've come to expect from you.
All
Them
other spells are
blowing
either
them all up.
big blasty spells, don't affect undead, or require touched attacks into melee, so that's not happening.
He basically gets like 1 point of damage for each eye socket, and that's about it.
Ruth.
Can I fit into this hex here?
Yeah.
And you get a flanking bonus of +2.
And now we become Voltron.
Exactly.
But I didn't take my flanking bonus earlier. Oh well.
I don't think you would have hit.
Yeah, you still would have missed.
At 20, I still wouldn't hit. Okay.
Yep.
Yay! At least I didn't waste it.
17 on a normal attack.
Fisting the
Fisting.
undead.
She's hitting it
The
there.
obvious answer,
handed.
Zukas, you must take hold of the glorious
Unarmed.
burning sword before you and strike off the head.
That is a hit up his ass.
I thought he was like, that's not a touch attack though.
I think that's not a touch attack?
No,
rolling
I'm not doing
a-
a touch attack.
Rolling a punch is a melee attack.
So that's a miss.
Done.
One thing to note, Bunko, on your turn, that should come into this skeleton's mind that he would be aware of because of my stance. If he attacks anybody but me, he gets a -4 to hit. Then he would be aware of this.
Really?
Yep.
What thing does that? That's
My
interesting.
stance, Iron Guard's Glare. Any opponent that I threaten takes a -4 attack penalty against my allies.
He doesn't care. He's attacking.
No, wait,
Arthur.
I'm calling bullshit on that because I specifically have that to deal with enemies. Like this is basically D&D's version of a taunt. Like there's no point in having it if they're just gonna flat out ignore it for no reason.
Oh,
Well,
-4 is
ignored.
It still shouldn't be random though. Like they don't just swing their weapons around wildly.
He's missed Arthur.
It didn't matter.
Arthur.
I am going to execute my mounted hammer attack on this guy. 32. 29 points armor pierce, or bypasses armor reduction. Or damage reduction.
Wow.
This time I stick my sword through his chest and rip downward this time.
He's hanging on for dead life.
Thy foul! See, here's foul again.
Number 9 on the
Essence.
foul chart.
Shall leak upon the ground when I am done with you, skeleton.
Miss.
That was spiritual weapon. I am going to use foe hammer on this thing. Make an attack with my mace. $21.
Barely missed.
I haven't hit anything. Yeah, and whoever else's turn.
Zoop.
22.
And that is the magic number.
Yay! We found it.
Probably gonna be good.
Actually, get to roll damage now. Wow.
Yes.
It's 11.
It crumples and falls.
Wow, I got 2 killing blows this match. Wow.
All right.
Luke is feeling very proud of himself, regardless of how much damage he did.
Do you guys want to do loot right now or later?
We're not really in a rush. Like,
I mean,
I
we
think-
can do loot and call it, I guess.
Yeah, that makes sense to me.
yeah, the safest thing to do with undead, I would feel, is to actually, like, go slowly and actually make sure these things are fully dead this time.
I agree with you, Durian.
Smash their heads.
Yeah, I go along and I,
I
just start
cry,
smashing
smash a hoof into a head.
skulls with the mace. And I try to note anything interesting about these, like if they're wearing anything special or not.
Wait. Let me warm up the generator.
What? Oh. Yes. You're rolling it now. I see. Yeah, the -4 attack penalty is kind of nice.
The skeletons
And it
were
was-
actually holding 6 potions of cure serious wounds.
If yeah, if we were and if we're standing next to you, that's
For
a +2.
suicidal purposes.
Yeah, I really built the character around be next to Durian, but don't
Yeah.
like let him be in the front row. You get +2 AC, and I can add +8 more AC if I have my shield available. So I can technically be adding +10 to your AC.
Wow. Yeah, the problem is I'm gonna try to be across from you as much as possible.
All right.
So the -4 would be the only thing that would really help me with that.
Yeah.
Oh, you guys are gonna love this.
The loot.
Did all non-undead stuff?
There's one very big thing.
That we're all gonna roll for.
No, it's the size wise.
Oh, it's like a wagon.
Right, I made a new loot, by the way.
All right. Which one do you want me to put it in?
It's the one labeled for
328.
today.
Check out that bottom one.
Pavilion tent.
Pavilion tent that weighs 400 pounds. Holy shit!
It's like
yeah.
it's like in the
We have a
corner
circus.
somewhere.
400 pounds.
There's another tent too.
Arthur's
Wow.
Yeah, a home.
There was like a pair of tents, on in the corner of the cave, like where obviously these people had camped, and we suddenly are aware that we should not spend the night in this cave.
The hell called shield.
That's basically what Durian has with his armor.
That's if I didn't have that already, that'd be really nice.
All right. You
Meta
guys want
Magic Rod of Extend. Awesome.
to end it here?
Yeah, that probably makes sense.
All right.
Does the wine glass plus bottle include wine, or is it just a bottle in the glass?
I would assume it would have more value if it actually had wine.
It has wine in it. I'll say.
Oh, like really bad wine.
Probably
though,
common
apparently.
wine.
That's 2 gold. I mean,
Yeah, 2 gold I think is actually a fairly good bottle of wine, D&D standard-wise.
Yeah, it is. I'll be rolling on that.
Because
Alright.
the common wine comes in pitchers, not bottles.
all right. So everybody do a listen check.
Good night.
Comes my terrible Lithojack.
Alright, and can do a spot.
Who?
You can do a spot if you failed your listen of 15.
Hi, me.
Yeah. You and your brother.
I think my spot's worse. Nope, it's exactly the same.
Oops, I don't know. I accidentally rolled twice.
Alright, so, you guys hear what sounds like large shuffling of ground ahead of you, and those that can't hear anything, you feel and see pebbles moving like tremors on the ground.
Oh.
Interesting.
There's some coming for us!
I sheath my sword and ready my lance again off the ground. Picking it up.
The
Something
sounds,
seems to be coming, Durian. Those pebbles are jumping lots.
sounds like it's a ways off, but is just down the corridor.
Well, we have met every foe that this cavern has thrown at us thus far. I imagine we will meet this one. I just step to the front of the group and we'll wait there for the next session.
I choose to summon a celestial lion to lead the charge.
Ah!
Did that thing get caught in like a hair dryer, like a clothes dryer or something? Like,
Oh no, it's just the image I chose to use for it. The full image is
Alright, so we leave off with the cave shaking.
All right. Sounds good. So we're gonna skip next week. I'm gonna be out for the holiday, visiting my family. So, but we'll be back the week after that.
Alright, well in that case, anybody who wants to join us for Apocalypse World, we will be doing that this coming Saturday.
And sometime in the next 2 weeks, I'm going to take, or Cloud and I are going to take a day off, or pretty much like 4 or 5 days off of work. So we could theoretically do something in the afternoon that day, those days if you wanted to.
Cool.
we were talking and I typed celestial weekend. Is it a celestial lion?
Yeah.
Just throwing it out there.
All right. So I'll throw up what experience you guys got from the 5 skeletons and the role playing, and you guys already have the loot. You guys can fight over the pavilion tent.
Yeah.
Arthur has already picked it up. and put it
Arthur's
on his
like,
back.
yes, a house!
An actual tent.
What color is it?
What color is it? Right.
Circus
right.
goes
Has
red and
pink
white.
hearts. Has pink
It matches your freaking horse blanket.
It has pink hearts. Next acquisition, a bucket of paint.
Yes.
Arthur picks it up,
Alright.
sees it's gray with pink hearts, thinks about dropping it right then and there.
Guess I'll be rolling for hit points next turn.
Yeah, you're gonna level.
I do believe so.
Nice. Alright, have a good night, guys.
Night. Thanks for the session, Bunko.
User disconnected from your
Good night,
channel.
everyone.
Good session, guys. Good night.
User disconnected from your channel. User disconnected from your channel. User disconnected from your channel.
Yeah, I might have actually stopped the recording.